Great, thank you. Good morning. RDC's in the house. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for calling in, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I know this is something very, very new in doing this teleconference council session. This is be a regular, actually a special session today. Today's date's April 10th, 2020. Before we go ahead and proceed, I know that there was a roll call that was being conducted by Miss Linda Uvella. Maybe Miss Uvella, if you want to go ahead and read those back off, and then we can go ahead and do an official roll call. Turn.
Delegate Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is here.
Amber Crotty. Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels.
Delegate Daniels calling in. Here.
Mr. Freeland.
Eastern agencies here.
Mr. Halona.
Delegate Halona is here.
Mr. Henyo.
Where's the unmute?
Mr. Henyo.
There's a red one.
Mr. James.
Delegate Vince James is present.
Mr. Nez.
Chair Rick Nez is here.
Mr. Slater.
Here, thank you. Show you later.
Mr. Smith.
Vice Chair here.
Mr. Stewart.
Stewart's here.
Mr. Otto So. Ms. Charlene So.
Present.
Mr. Daniel So.
Can't hear you.
Daniel So.
Daniel So is here.
Mr. Eugene So.
Trini Aranya is here.
Mr. Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker's here.
Mr. Edison Wanika. Mr. Edmund Yazzie.
Edmund,
Mr. Edmund Yazzie.
He's here. I heard him.
here. I am here.
Mr. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Edmund, I am here. Hello?
Mr. Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, you have 21 present and 3 absent.
With that, colleagues, 21 present. I'll go ahead and call the special session of the Navajo Nation Council. Today's date's April 10th, 2020. The time now is 10:31 a.m. We are here, or actually I am here presently at the Navajo Nation Council chambers in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, I do know that there are out there at the Law and Order building. I have staff at I have other colleagues at the training center, and other individuals at the Budget and Finance Committee conference room, and last but not least, okay, at the 2 training centers. So thank you very much, colleagues, for chiming in this morning. And I know that we do have some delegates that are on the line that are out and are still working out in the field. So thank you for calling in as well. Before we move on, colleagues, let me go ahead and see if we can do an invocation. And I was seeing if Chairman Rick Nez, are you there? Chairman, can you do an invocation for us?
Good morning. Yate Finishanan Tayaonosko. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, other staff,
Go ahead, Chairman. Chairman, you can go ahead.
Speaker, we like your haircuts.
We didn't use a microphone yesterday. That's why you get all that feedback.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the invocation, Chairman Nez. Can you hear me, colleagues? Okay, with that, moving on down. Recognizing guests and visiting officials of the Navajo Nation. Thank you to everybody that's streaming, watching the Navajo Nation Council special session today. This is live. We do have our colleagues, numerous colleagues out in the area. As you know, we are following the national CDC guidelines where there's only no more than 5 individuals within a room. So that's the reason why we're having a teleconference session, first of its kind, for the Navajo Nation Council. I do want to thank everyone for adhering. We are having a little technical difficulties here and there, but please be knowing that we're still trying to get things done and work for the Navajo Nation. I want to first of all thank my colleagues out there for their effortless work that they're working on. Thank you for working with the command center during this time of this COVID-19 case, and we really want to say that today's agenda has outlined numerous different paths forward and recommendations on how the Navajo Nation is looking forward to still functioning and running as a sovereign nation and continuing that effort, working together with the judicial and executive branch down the lines, and also adhering and working with our federal partners, our state partners, our town and our municipalities and our county officials at this time. So we thank everyone for doing their part, and thanking everyone who has helped, all the private businesses, all the private donors, all the Navajo Nation enterprises, all the people who have sponsored or sold to represent the Navajo Nation at this time, has provided donations. We thank you very much for keeping the Navajo Nation in your prayers too as well. So continue on down, colleagues. Review and adopt the agenda. Manny, if you want to read it into the record. Actually, Tom, read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, special session, April 10, 2020, Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. 1, called meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports. A, report on progress of implementing CM8-12-20 expedited process for FirstNet and other critical wireless public safety communications by Christopher Vicente, Executive Director, Navajo Telecommunication Commission, and Mike Colonna, Department Manager, Navajo Land Department. 5, old business, none. 6, new business. A, legislation 0068-20. B, legislation 0075-20. C, legislation 0076-20. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Botero. Is there a motion, colleagues?
Delegate James, motion.
Delegate Vince James, motions. Is there a second? Delegate Holona, second. That, colleagues, I do have, there was, if you look, colleagues, on your agenda, legislation 0068-20. That was the first item under new business. That legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. As of this morning, colleagues, that legislation is no more. Honorable Eugene So has withdrawn that legislation. So if there's any additions or deletions, I would recommend that we go ahead and take that legislation off the agenda. Colleagues, there is numerous different legislations that are requested to. I know that legislation 0077-20 is ready. 0079-20 is ready. 0080-20 is ready. 0081-20 is ready. And 0082-20 is ready. And then also 0083-20 is also ready. So, colleagues, I know that there was a couple of individuals that want to amend the agenda. Remember, there was a number that was sent out to amend, or if you would like to speak, you can text that number, and that number is, again,
928,
Nine-
286,
928
286,
286
7158.
7158. And right now I have who's on the line to check, or who's on the line to amend. First one is Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, you have the floor. Chairman Nez.
Yes, Ed, Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I'd like to make a motion to add legislation 0082-20, which is in reference to approving the chapter officials' meetings to teleconference or videos. According to the amendments will be to Title 26.
Okay, great. 0082-20, there's a motion by Chairman Nez. Comments, questions? Is there a second? Honorable Alona is the seconding to the Amendment 1. So adding on 0082-20. Colleagues, is there any questions, comments?
This is Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Begay, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask the motion party to also include the chapter officials to vote by teleconference, because right now they're very hesitant to come together as a chapter. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay, that legislation is 0082-20, and that's the one that Chairman Nez is asking to be on there. And the amendment.
Yes, Speaker, this is Delegate Begay. I need to hear part where the chapter officials are allowed to vote telephonically. I would like to ask the motioning party to include that also. Thank you.
Yeah, there is not two.
Honorable Paul Begay, this is just to add on the legislation to the agenda. When we get to that legislation and it's added on there, at that time, that's when we can discuss to see if the voting capacity is available, and that's going to be included telephonically.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand.
Okay. With that, Honorable Freeland.
Never mind. I'll wait till the legislation comes up, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on adding 0082-20?
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman So.
Yes, I'd like to ask Chairman Nez to include 77, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83 in his motion. And that way we can do it with one amendment vote.
Honorable Chairman Nez, there's a request to modify. And let me go over those real quick before we do that, colleagues. The 77 is approving legislative branch boards, commissions to conduct meetings through telecommunication methods. 79 is a request for $250,000 from the UUFB for burial assistance to the Navajo Division of Social Services. 80 is for $103,000 for UUFB for the Judicial Branch Office of the Courts. 81 is $2,416,747 from the UUFB to the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. And 83 is authorizing council delegates to attend chapter and agency council meetings through telecommunication methods. That's 77 through 83. Chairman Nez, there's a request from Chairman So for you to modify your motion.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Newman, as well as honorable members of the 24th Council. Yes, I will go ahead and add those to the agenda. Thank you.
And then also, Chairman, this is a request from myself. Chairman Nez, can you delete 0068-20 off the agenda because that legislation is no more?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Honorable Halona, are you good with that? Adding on all those legislations and then taking off 68-20? You're the seconding motion. Okay. So this is it. In this motion now has changed to delete 0068-20, and there'll be a new 0077, 79, 80, 81, 82, and 83-20, all coming on after legislation 76-20. So with that, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions on the amendment? If there's no more, I'll go ahead. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to board, round the horn on Amendment 1 on the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Is it on?
Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Yeah, on base screen.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Oh, it's green.
Honorable Nate Benali. Nathaniel Benali. Oh, Nathaniel Brown, sorry. Honorable Brown. Honorable Charles Newman. Honorable Charles Newman. Honorable Crotty.
I vote green. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cannon Oshkosh votes green.
Honorable Daniels.
Daniel votes green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Henyo. Honorable James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Nez. Honorable Nez.
Green.
Honorable Slater.
Green, Delegate Slater.
Honorable Smith.
Vice Chair Smith votes green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Otto So, Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So,
Candy Sharon votes green.
Honorable Walker,
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Yellowhair. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
That, colleagues, motion carries with 22 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting. That, back to the main motion. Do we have anything else anybody checks in? Alyssa?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I call a point of privilege?
Point of privilege? Madam Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to other colleagues. Thank you all for allowing me to speak at this time. Speaker, can I ask what emergency legislations are still at OLF at this point in regards to COVID-19? Can we get an update on that so we know whether, so we know what is out there? Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Let me refer to Mr. Tom Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, there are 3 legislations that are still in the process of being issued legislation number. The first is one that's an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, establishing the Navajo Nation COVID-19 Response Donation Fund to house financial donations made to the Navajo Nation to assist in the fight against COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation, replenishing the CMA 06-20 supplemental appropriation to the COVID-19 Emergency Fund Program, waiving Navajo Nation Code set-aside provisions. You also have a legislation, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $121,000 to the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Office of the Speaker, Business Unit 101015, waiving 12 NNC Sections 820E and F regarding the restriction of matching non-recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. You also have a legislation and action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, approving the Neg College and Navajo Technical University to conduct meetings through telecommunication methods, approving a waiver of provisions requiring a physical presence at Board of Regents meetings. Mr. Speaker.
So total, there's 4. 3. Madam Chair, there's 3. They're still in the process. That,
Thank you, Speaker.
else? Text in, nothing? Colleagues, anybody else on the main motion, on the agenda? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, there's one amendment, which is to add legislation 0082-20, 0077-20, 0079-20, 0080-20, 0081-20, 0083-20 to the agenda. Delete legislation 0068-20 from the agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Platero. Linda. Vote on the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay,
Kialan McGee votes green. Please send a revised agenda as soon as possible. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Charles Newman.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Crotty.
Delegate After Kenneth Foxtrotty votes green.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Halona.
Alone votes green.
Honorable Henio. Honorable James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Slater.
Green.
Honorable Smith.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
So votes green.
Honorable Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Wanika. Honorable Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Yellowhair. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, with that, with one amendment to the agenda. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting on the agenda. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Moving on down, receiving reports. Item number A, report on progress of implementing CMA-12-20. Expediting process for FirstNet and other critical wireless public safety communications by Mr. Christopher Vicente, Executive Director of Navajo Telecommunications Commissions, and Mike Halona, Department Manager of Navajo Land Department. That, I do believe they are on the phone. Teleconference in. So, Mr. Halona, Mr. Vicente, I leave it over to you. You have 20 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Not aware of CMA-12-20 being proposed.
Mr. Halona?
Similar legislation.
Mr. Halona? Mike? Mr. Halona? Hold on real quick. Colleagues, if you are on a conference call or if you're in a conference room, can you please put your conference call or all your phones on mute? I'm hearing a lot of laughing. Hey, go ahead, Mr. Luna. Okay,
Good morning, this is Chris Vicente.
go ahead, Mr. Vicente.
Just not ready to be alone.
Timetable to get FirstNet deployed. One of the things we did agree to initially before this legislation was created is created an MOA so that it will allow them to start doing construction now and get the paperwork done at a later time. And that's what we're still looking at, considering with the MOA that was drafted. So we have one MOA that I did receive from Cellular One that we're still looking at, and then we also have a second one that was created in-house. Again, we're looking to wrap these MOAs up as quickly as possible so that way they can get to work on construction with the co-locations. And keep in mind that this specific legislation is specifically for FirstNet deployment.
Okay, Mr. Holona, Mr. Vicente, is that it with your presentation?
I just want to add, Speaker Damon, I'd just like to add that in NTRC and the Navajo Land Department, Division of Natural Resource, along with RDC, are working with a company called Vertical Bridge, who's doing an inventory on Navajo of all the towers. Just to give you an example, we have records of about 200 towers on Navajo, and just the basic, simple inventory that has happened, we have over 1,200 towers on Navajo. So our goal is to bring all of those towers into compliance, and what that really means, the bottom line for Navajo, is for all the lost revenue that has been happening over the years and going forth if we don't address that. So we'll get a lot of information from that, as well as addressing areas that are not receiving any type of service. Those will be able to be defined on where those areas are, so they can be focused on building out in areas where, such as FirstNet, they got a big grant to build out in rural America, so they could use those funds to address those dead zones that we have on Navajo, using that grant money to build out. So, it's just a matter of being able to get the communication directly with them as to what wishes of the Navajo Nation are, and guide them through this process, so we're better prepared in the future. And that means that AT&T will be a major provider of telecom on Navajo in the future. Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, could I get one more minute if possible?
Yes, go ahead. You still have 12 minutes.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This particular announcement is kind of geared towards our students across Navajo Nation. I just wanted to share that our office has been working with NCUA and Sacred Wind on trying to find a way to get internet access for our students, especially our college and university students across the Navajo Nation. We are actually working on deploying some hotspots throughout the Navajo Nation right now. 3 of them were deployed as of yesterday at the NTUA district offices in Chinle, Delcon, and the new headquarters in Fort Defiance. These hotspots will be broadcasting Wi-Fi for free to students K-12, college, and university, as well as any teachers that do need internet access. The Navajo Nation Museum and Library also will be broadcasting Wi-Fi here in Window Rock. We are looking to expanding more Wi-Fi hotspots throughout the Navajo Nation. And if you are looking for internet access at home, NCUA does have a student-teacher plan available. And Cellular One announced a new plan for their customers, for their students as well. $35 for 20 gigabytes. We also have some other companies that are stepping up as well with the national carriers. So if you do need to get telephone, text, and some internet, they have plans as low as $15. For more details, if you can visit our Facebook page, the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, we have a lot of details on our page right now on what's available for students across the Navajo Nation. Thank you very much.
That's it.
Speaker.
With that, could I get a motion, colleagues?
Speaker.
Chairman Yazzie,
Speaker, can you hear me? This is Edmund.
I can hear you.
Delegate Gaines, make a motion.
I'll make the motion, and I do have a question, sir.
Chairman Yazzie is making a motion, second by Honorable James. This is the lineup. I have Honorable Edmund Yazzie and then Honorable Kealan Begay. Chairman Yazzie, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and also to my colleagues.
Okay.
Hope everybody's doing well. Just keep up on our prayers, and then also want to give a shout out to our staff for doing all the calls and whatnot. I know it's kind of risky going to the office, and but we just got to keep up in our prayers and working together. Just real quick, Mr. Halona, sir, thank you for your report. I just want to, and I ask my colleagues to help me out here, please. We are in a state of an emergency, and we talk about cell services. The report is good, but all I heard was that there's services going on, with all due respect to my Arizona colleagues, that Arizona is doing good with all this services that are getting 4 points that was talked about. But I just want to mention that here, none in New Mexico. I hope Mr. Freeland could help me out on this as well, that from Farmington all the way down to Crown Point, and the services is really bad, and this has been in the talks. Yes, in the past we have been working on this, but now that the emergency is here and it is real, we do need all the help that we can get. So I'm asking Mr. Halona, Pinedale chapter, there is about at least 15 to 20 cars and trucks that have to go find a spot to make their calls out from the Second Canyon area. And Mr. Halona, we've been working on this. NTUA wants to set up a spot right away, a cell service to help the people. There is about, my colleagues, about maybe 60 to around 100 people that live back in the Second Canyon area. The lease has been on your desk, Mr. Halona, for, I don't know, maybe a year now. And I've been, trying to do follow-ups. So with that, Mr. Halona, I ask for your help that you get on this and that we sign off on the lease so we can have our joint partners to set up cell services. Also, please look into the dead spot from Farmington all the way into the Crown Point area for the Eastern Agency area. Speaker, I would like to make a directive, a motion, to have Mr. Halona to approve a small lease that's already been set by Pinedale chapter, a half an acre, that Mr. Halona makes the approval on this small acreage, half an acre, so NTUA can set up their cell towers for these people that have to get out of their homes and drive to the road just to get cell services. About, I don't know how many kids don't have cell services for their homework, schoolwork, or people to call 911. So that's my motion, and I ask my colleagues to help me out, and then also to put more services out in the Farmington, Crown Point area. So I'm asking my colleagues for your help on this. It's just a directive, more like to cheer on Mr. Halona and to have him keep more of the lease. So that would be my motion, Speaker, on the Pinedale lease, and then the one from the dead spot from Crown Point to Farmington, sir. That'd be my motion to Mr. Halona.
This is Delegate Freeland. I'll go ahead and motion that.
request. Second by Chairman Nez.
Colleagues, well, let me go ahead and continue on with this, Chairman Yazzie and Honorable Freeland. Let me go ahead and continue on with this discussion on the report first. After this discussion, I'll come back to you, Chairman Yazzie, and we can do that directive. There's already a motion on the floor, and that is the reason why. So I'll come back to you, Chairman Yazzie, after this report.
Sir, yes, sir.
One minute, 31 seconds. Okay. Oh, that's just a new thing. All right, moving on down. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, Nadine Dean, Facebook, Orange Bank, Adjournment, 24th Nation Council. This is Delegate Keelan Begay Jr. He reported Yazzie, Mr. Helona, Otto, Mr. Chris Casinti. Please take this as a constructive criticism. I really have a problem for Mr. Helona saying that this resolution or the CMA 1220 wasn't necessary to Niniki. So if that's the case, why did the President of the Navajo Nation sign this into law? Is Mr. Helona really just working against this particular policy? Auto vertical bridge. Could I get information specifically what contracts, and could we share that with the Navajo Nation Council? By what authority is the vertical bridge being allowed to negotiate on behalf of the Navajo Nation? And who is providing oversight of this particular vertical bridge?
Honorable Che. Che. Honorable Keelan Begay. Che. Honorable Keelan Begay. Hold on. Colleagues, can you please put your phones on mute? There's a lot of background noise. Please put your phones on mute. Honorable Keelan Begay, go ahead.
Nando, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it's intentionally being doing that, but yeah, with the assessment on the delegate with the 5 minutes that I have on this particular legislation or report. And then we have 5 legislation back in December. Telecommunication Regulatory Commission. Diego nahot leg hasit ado ebe has ani seda delay ko kodo di kodo be tahdet orda. Ado Mr. Helona's office, all they need to do is follow that policy that the telecommunication policy commissioners ebe on the store they say ani hikodo to on the executive side, you could do his that's the way I see it. Of course, the telecommunication person Niniki or Kodo Hatashi at the hot that's everyone's job. Now, I'm not pushing for anybody to overstep or overlook the Navajo Nation Council's policy. The council supported it, 22-0, and the president signed it. If there was an issue, which the president indicated on his message back to the council, We don't want the companies to take advantage, which is true. But that's where the regulatory commissioners comes in. They're the ones that should be setting the pace of regulation. Ako ebe o nesto listope that on neshet ot atidin that old aholsh. But yet in Latin he nagi to yego. Yes, we're talking about education utilized, but those are individuals that will be benefiting in the surrounding area at like Chinle or 40 Pines or Shiprock. But what about those chapters that are out in the rural area? And one particular area I really want to advocate for in my area is Low Mountain Chapter, Carolina area, Nauslini area, Touchy Klugap area, and Mini Farms area. A lot of the surrounding chapters that surround the bordering town, they have access. A tower that sits about a mile away off the reservation, but they're getting the signals into the reservation. So, Mr. Speaker, the Navajo Nation Council, so what I'm hearing from Mr. Halona and Mr. Vicente is that they're not abiding by the CMA 1220. That's the bottom line. Dipe has me. A copenina Hajo is that of Nisto, Hajon he cut or street, and he did never cut or street. Public safety in the Shink Alpha test. And even right now, look at this. This is the prime example. Oh, a huge, we don't have a strong signal across the Navajo Nation, similar to the IHS. Things could be resolved after this particular situation. But I think now is the time that we really need to move forward in establishing effective telecommunication across the Navajo Nation. We have so many students staying at home. A lot of our people don't have internet service. A lot of our people don't have signals. A lot of our people don't have landlines. Have the DOJ be involved, which is okay. And I was on a telephone conference with the president, with all the delegation of the nation at Congress level, Mr. Udall, the Diego McSally, the Diego Godit, all congressmen. The president was talking with these individuals from 9 o'clock. And all these discussions that came up was telecommunication. The CARES Act has a lot of funding that's coming forth. If that's the case, let DOJ take care of that. If you think there was some wrongdoing. Department of Justice the policy. Let's get these cell services out to the Navajo Nation. Speaker, it's vertical bridge I like for whatever contract was executed. I want that to be shared with the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Okay. I got the lineup here. Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. I have Honorable Freeland, Honorable Otto So, Chairman Nez, and then Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak this morning. Let's also remember today of Good Friday. It is this week of Holy Week, or has been drawing, and we have Easter to celebrate on Sunday, Day of Renewal and Resurrection. So I pray for all of my colleagues, all of your families, and all of the staff. We'll be deep in thought and prayer for you all this weekend, and all of our Navajo people as well. Speaker and my colleagues, what Honorable Yazi was alluding to earlier was exactly accurate. On Highway 371, there are 2 new cell towers, yes, in Lake Valley and the Descenti, but those are limited in range. When you go further north of Lake Valley, you do lose a cell signal. And there are homes along 371 up towards Burnham Turnoff and into Naffy. There is a lot of loss of cell signal into Farmington. You don't have any cell service until you get to the TV antenna by Farmington before you go down by Northern Edge Casino. Now going back down south between Lake Valley and Vicente, there's also, you don't also have a signal at all. And there are homes located in White Rock chapter to the west of 371, and then to the east as well. You have homes in Lake Valley chapter. It's concerning as well, and I agree, because there are families that have children that live in those areas that attend both the McKinley County and BIE schools. I also wanted to include the area that is west of Crown Point on Route 9. If you drive on Route 9, there are certain areas that you will lose signal on as well. So it's concerning. I wish we had full coverage throughout the whole area, but that's what we're dealing with on New Mexico side. And God forbid, if anything were to occur, an emergency, and I know I've heard from constituents before, they have to go to the top of a hill to get a signal, just what Honorable Yazzie was alluding to earlier. So I can definitely understand and vouch for what Honorable Yazzie was mentioning before, because I do know where those spots are. Once you pass Coyote Canyon, it becomes really spotty all the way to Crown Point on Route 9, and then south to on 371. So with that, I want to reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker. Chair.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess with the work that the telecommunication office and the work that Division of Natural Resources currently implementing now relating to the contract to Vertical Bridge and the whereabouts of where we are at with the communication on FirstNet. First, I would like to ask is that maybe a high-level report could be presented to Law and Order, the Oversight Committee on public safety issues. If you look at FirstNet, it's related to public safety. The majority of the presentations given to RDC. So there, I would really like to get information relating how the communication is relayed to Director Delmar and to the Navajo Nation EMAS, Ajay Michigan. Where are they in this picture? Because although on the FirstNet is relating to first responders. Start the process with that intent. The internet relating to internet connection in the areas. What are the timelines that Vertical Bridge has within their contract, and what is the scope? That's what I asked. And the third option is it time that we start looking at possibly bringing on allowing another telecommunication come on to a Navajo? Other things other than Cellular One. Cellular One is monopolizing. UTOA is monopolizing. So why don't we start opening the doors to other telecommunication companies such as AT&T or Sprint, so forth. I know that Mr. Vicente really that you're working diligently with the telecommunication commissioners. Since I came into council, I really haven't seen a thorough report from the telecommunication commissioners relating to this issue. Letting me show where they at. I believe one of the updates that you gave council was that you're waiting for some members to be appointed to the commission, and there you're probably gonna have a quorum. That date, I believe that was the last time we approved the commissioner was in October. From October to now, what has been the movement of the commission since you worked with the commission, sir? You are the director there, you are the manager, or you are the a body there, that person that's supposed to get these things in order for the telecommunication commission. That's my thought, my question, and if you can provide information related to the work of the commission, so that we leadership will understand and know where we're at relating to the first net. Yeah, reserve my time.
Preserve your time, Honorable Otto So, with 24 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Nez, the floor is yours. Colleagues, before we move on to Chairman Nez, there's a lot of background. Can you make sure that your phones are on mute? I think we hear a TV in the background. Chairman Nez, floor is yours. Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez. Once. Twice. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. Yes.
Okay, that's enormous. My question here is, you know that first net and 911 are almost the same for mostly like first responders. So, but there's already the, let me talk to Mr. Thank you. I know there's already a 911 system that was put in place. And it's a lot of with the public safety, and they made a whole plan on it, and it's ready to be used or ready to be presented to the public safety or the law and order. But so far, seems like nobody working on it to try to address that or just like that. So things are already in place. As far as I know, that there's nothing been mentioned anything on that plan yet. It was pretty up to where it was, how it's going to be, how it's going to be working out. Mr. Presenti knows of that, I'm pretty sure, because I know that I mentioned that this report was paid. I told him to cut down nobody hasn't really maybe to present to the law and order. I thought, wasn't that? Hey, but Speaker, my question could be going to is the regulatory part of it. So I know that in TRC, the Telecommunication Regulatory Commissioners, I wanted to know that what is their plan? We want to know if there's any assessments that were done. I understand that there was a cell towers inventory that were made and they were assessed. There were assessment made to the whole reservation wide. So I want to know that if I could see that, I'm requesting maybe I don't know who will be responsible for it. Maybe it's Erling Lee. I wanted to know that if I could look at it and see how much the cost is in it to cost that. So the reason why I'm saying that is I haven't hear anything that for this federal stimulus funding that are becoming available, especially with this phase 4, which we understand that to be towards these infrastructures. So then, nobody hasn't mentioned anything about plans and the cost of it, or how do we request for that? And then the other one is know that understanding that there's a broadband plan that was made that somebody consultant is working on it. I wanted to know that if this as a delegate to request for that, see how much percent of that plan is been complete. I thought, is it sufficient enough to request for funding? See how much people that are out there that needs their broadband. Know that for the southwest part of the reservation, like I just heard that about schools, we need that. And then as far as we southwest part of the reservation, there are new 638 hospital will be coming in place. So we would need a telecom medicine or the hospital that uses those kind of communications that we would need there. So I want those kind of plans to be coming available. So who would the best person to talk to? Go ahead.
That, let me go back to the panel. So, Chairman Nez, are you on now?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Chairman Nez, let me go to you first, and then I'll go back to Mr. Halona and Mr. Vicente.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, as well as the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm glad that we're receiving a report on this CMA 1220. I first of all would like to just say that thank you to Mr. Halona as well as Mr. Vicente for doing your part for the Navajo Nation as far as telecommunications is concerned, as well as the rights of way. Vertical bridge has been mentioned. Vertical bridge is under contract with the Navajo Nation. There's nothing hidden that they're doing. Everything's transparent. They are conducting inventory on the Navajo Nation for the great Navajo Nation to generate revenue for the nation. Now, what they do for the nation is they're conducting an inventory of all towers There are towers out there co-locating who some of us are not even aware of. They need to pay no matter who they are. As even our Navajo Nation enterprises, if they're not paying, they need to start paying. This is not just about having internet service on the Navajo Nation. This is also in compliance with the Navajo Nation laws. We're talking about AT&T, a multi-million billion-dollar corporation, and I'm sure Cell One is one of them as well, and ComNet. Why do we continue as lawmakers and previous lawmakers to continue issuing waivers for these companies when they can afford it? They have the financial resources to do this. These should have already been in place prior to COVID-19 if everything was done right, correctly, in compliance. Now, I agree with Honorable Yazzie. Pinedale has blind spots, and he's talking about our children need to do their homework. I absolutely agree that our children's education, their future, is very important. They need internet access. Now, having said that, I just want to say that Vertical Bridge is not doing anything under the table. Everything's transparent. That's why I sent all of you their PowerPoint presentation so you can look at what the work they are conducting on the Navajo Nation. And I believe it's about time. It's about time some of these cell phone carriers be held accountable and start paying. We can no longer afford to just give out waivers for free. We cannot afford that. If there is an exploration as to how we're going to generate revenue, this is it. And all these cell towers that are up, some are hanging on the side of water towers, on top of buildings. They need to pay back the money that they have owed that they have not paid. I really don't have a problem with having internet service across the nation, but I do believe that some of these companies need to be in compliance. I would like to reserve my time and have a good Friday, and God bless you all, and please take care of yourself. I reserve my time. Thank you.
That, reserve your time. 1 minute, 10 seconds. That, let me go back to Honorable, actually, Mr. Holona and Mr. Vicente. Floor is yours for a response.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and all the delegates that made comments and asked questions. We want to be able to try to address all these concerns that are happening. First of all, I want to start with the Eastern Agency. I'm well aware of the dead spot between Crown Point and Theroux, the dead spot between Crown Point and Farmington. As I travel from chapter to chapter out there, you can be on the phone and tell the person, I'm going to drop your call. I'll be back with you in about 3 minutes when I get through the dead spots. So we know where all those are, and this is an opportunity for the nation to request where those towers are being placed. They're not there now because there was not a revenue generation for companies or carriers to put towers in those locations. Now, with the FirstNet grant built out, we can request for those dead spots for towers to be placed in, so there won't be any dead spots. So this is a great example to do that. In response to Delegate Yazie's comment about Pinedale, that packet has been worked on from the company, from NTUA now for some time, and it's from what I know, it's completed, and it's gone through the 1/6 floor, and the last thing that they needed to put on there was the access road, so they can see where they're going to get to that tower. So they could start today and start building because they've completed everything. And once that lease is signed, they can build. They could start. They can begin that process of building. So that particular tower is done. The other one up on Mount Powell is also in the process for the review process that they could start on as well. So in these emergency situations, as we do for residents and other emergency situations, we address those administratively. So there are avenues that's just communicating with us on what needs to happen. Some of the comments, I think this might be unfortunate that we all can't be in the same room, but I think it'd be a good idea to have Vertical Bridge explain exactly what they do, what they're doing for the Navajo Nation, what kind of information has been developed up to this information, so we have an understanding of what's really happening with our telecommunication on Navajo, which we've never really had before, to be able to do the things that we need to get done. Once we're able to get all this information in place and developing the process and also adjusting our regulations for telecommunications, those have been done. We've been having work sessions, and on all of these work sessions, we've had work sessions with Vertical Bridge and RDC at least 3 or 4 times. We've had work sessions with NNTRC on addressing what needs to happen, how do we move forward on addressing these. So those will continue to happen, and so we're all working together to streamline processes where they need to be streamlined. Yes, we've got ideas of how they can be streamlined. We've done a lot up to now on streamlining without any more BIA involvement in what we used to do. So we streamlined a bunch. So once we have all the information, it'll be easy, as the delegate so mentioned. Perhaps other companies will then want to come on to Navajo and develop a competition for better rates for our people, better services for the people, is what will generate that business-friendly competition of getting the best price and getting the best service that our Navajo people deserve. And that's what will happen once the regulations are approved and the process is streamlined. Now it opens the door for companies to say it's easy now to come on and get things done and move forward in their plans as well, because they're all under a certain aspects. There was a question about FirstNet and how they happened. FirstNet was developed because of 9/11, when that emergency happened, and at that time, all the first emergency responders were unable to communicate because the network on the cell phones were jammed and overloaded. And so that's why a separate spectrum, a separate frequency, you may call, was developed for FirstNet, for first responders only. And so when the grant was developed, there was a 25-year, $12 billion grant that was given to AT&T to build out for first responder network in the U.S. with rural coverage being mandated and priority first. And so that's what that grant money is for, is to be able to develop all of that. But there's a misconception that they can build out at it won't cost us anything. They're going to charge for all our first responders, for each individual, just like we all pay for our cell phones. So, it's not that it's coming in at no cost. The infrastructure is coming in under the grant. it's after that is when we would have to subscribe to those services, and all of our responders would then subscribe to that service to be able to use that spectrum. So there's a lot of information there as well, and services are anywhere between $40 to $45 a month. So that that information is available on the website of first responders. So that's just a little bit about how FirstNet was established, and where all that money is coming from is by a grant. Delegate Kay asked about the inventory. There is a physical inventory that was done that NNTRC and Telecommunication and Utility Office, Ms. Pearl Lee, has that information. What we're going through is how many of these towers, who owns these towers, when did they go up, do they have leases on them or not, who's co-located on them, how many companies are on these towers, so forth. Are they all in compliance? Do they have fences around them? Do they have signage? Because it's getting a little bit harder now for companies that want to come in, such as over in Western Agency, people, the consentees, the bebanas, so that they consent or tadane. So that's another hurdle we have to get over, is the consent process. They didn't want any more towers to go up. So, eventually, after explaining a lot and being able to address what their concerns are, is too many roads, people doing trash, and at these locations, and was the concern so that's another aspect that we have to look at, is addressing the consent of the land users, so that can be able to be addressed. So that inventory, will be finalized and finished, and really give the nation for the first time an assessment, an audit of everything that's on Navajo and all the companies that are operating. There's probably over 100 different users, from every television station to every broadcast radio. Inventory. As your auto hit auto is me, auto is me, auto don't untrago as Yavasha, Joe Tahiban, Saha Casey, but has on Aoda, they had it, as we had a shade, yeah, a quite RDC, not about iron apologies. We never had our last draft meeting over for it to be dropped. So hopefully we can get that done and drop that, and we'll be able to move forward for future development. With that, Auto, so we're already looking. Another company wants to bring fiber, the big fiber. There's the ones that crisscross the United States, bringing big fiber from Denver to Phoenix, from Phoenix to Salt Lake. So we'll have big capacity on Navajo. They're ready to go until this emergency happens. Of course, they're kind of sitting on the sidelines. What's going to happen down there? So, work session, but so they've been a work session with RDC as what those plans are, what they look like, how the nation's going to benefit, because we're a partner in that enormous fiber built out coming across Navajo, and how they're going to be able to supply a lot of areas that aren't being served now. There'll be points to be able to access that fiber. They're just looking for the guidance from the nation. They're prepared and ready to move. What happened, Speaker and members of the Honorable the Navajo Nation Council and from our family to all of your families. Stay home, stay safe, and stay healthy. Yeah.
Speaker.
Was that, Mr. Vicente, do you have anything else to add on?
Yes, sir. I'd like to, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to just to respond to a couple of questions as well. And I don't want to try and repeat what Mike already mentioned, but as far as, again, the Pinedale area, this is a discussion that we had directly with Delegate Yazzie and Chief of Staff Paul Conchaco. And we came to an agreement, and we got that to go ahead and greenlight that. So basically, I believe the package complete. Next one is going to be, I'm sorry if I skipped over Delegate Freeland. So coverage on Eastern Territory, I know has been troublesome. I think one of the biggest challenges out there is infrastructure. There's a couple things that we can help contribute to help make things look more attractive and expand telecommunications on Navajo Nation. One of the things I've been explaining to a couple of delegates is the possibility of creating a utility/telecommunications corridor. What this does is it creates it outlines corridor identified throughout Navajo Nation, and all the companies have to do if they want to lay fiber is just work with the land department, pay a permit, and if the areas already has all their assessments completed, they're good to go. And it went as far as me going up all the way to Secretary Sweeney with the Department of Interior. She's willing to work with us if we can lay the groundwork and get the utility telecommunication corridors identified. And the other thing this goes hand in hand with is the market value that Vertical Bridge is willing to help us with. Again, we can't charge cell sites. They got to be based on the market value. For example, if you have a tower that's only going to be servicing maybe less than 50 people and all in homes, so maybe we'll say 10 different homes. Again, companies still need to make a profit. I understand that, but we also need to try and adjust these areas to make it market value based so it's attractive for them. Just like what Arizona's doing right now, their smart corridors with the highways. That's one thing we can utilize and actually try and implement throughout Navajo. And one of the other issues that we're facing right now, and I had to intervene on this myself personally, is it took 2 years to get a runway completed for an area in Tehajway. Over 2 years. And that's another issue that the telecommunications companies are facing. It's not just unless they get their assessments done, they have to go through a set of hurdles to get things done. But let me go ahead and jump back to Delegate Otto. So as far as public safety, a couple things that FirstNet tie into public safety is internet for the police units. There are grants out there that we are looking at, that I am actually looking at, and I'm partnering with other people to see if we can help get internet in all of the police units once FirstNet is deployed. And that's definitely something we're concentrating on down the road. Next one is, the other question, is bringing other telecommunication companies onto Navajo Nation. The doors are completely open. We're willing to do business. The problem is, again, it goes back to the market value based on towers and right-of-way processes. This is the thing that hinders a lot of the processes. And I mentioned this before, that businesses like to move at the speed of business. And what that means is if they're not going to move in on a project in either 2 quarters, they're going to shift that money into a different area. And I actually managed to reach out to Verizon and ask them, what was the holdup? Why are you not expanding onto Navajo Nation? And again, it goes back to some of the processes that they had to go through. And I said, this time it's a whole new ballgame. They're willing to come back to the table and start expanding on Navajo Nation. As far as the FirstNet build-out, based on some of the information that I'm receiving, it sounds like AT&T is going to be working right underneath the FirstNet service as well. So we will have a national carrier that's going to be providing service across Navajo Nation. Let's see. And then the commissioners were onboarded. Your question about the commissioners, they were all onboarded at the end of December. We did have some issues with some paperwork getting them onboarded, and I believe we have everything in place right now to start moving forward with the meetings.
And you see, Cherry's the bike truck and.
Okay, and
Mr. Vicente, hold on.
Delegate Elmer Begay, 911 and FirstNet.
Chris.
They kind of almost go hand in hand.
Colleagues, can you please put your phones on mute? We can hear you having discussions in the background. There's a conference room or someone that has that's live streaming this session that still does not have their conference phone or their phone on mute. Colleagues, check your phones. Check your phones, colleagues.
Speaker, sir.
Check your phones to see if you're on mute. With that, let me go back to you, Mr. Mr. Yazi, do you have...
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, Mr. Alona, and to presenters, just real quick,
Honorable Yazi, are you going to ask a question?
No, I just wanted to respond back real quick.
No. Honorable Yazi, we're in council session. You have 1 minute and 16 seconds left, and Mr. Vicenti's not done.
Okay.
Mr. Vicente, continue on. Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Elmer Begay, 911 and FirstNet, they kind of do sound like they go hand in hand, especially when it comes to public safety. 911 is specifically designed, they call it a public peace act. And as far as FirstNet, consider FirstNet the next largest cellular provider across across the country for first responders. And Mike already kind of went into details on how the services were created and what its intent is for. As far as the assessment, we have one assessment that's being completed with the Division of Community Development, and that's basically the broadband assessment, the master broadband plan. And that's being completed by DCD. As far as from what I understand, it looks like it'll be completed in roughly estimated September. As far as the assessment that NNTRC has completed, it is completed as far as the cell sites. One of the things and the requests that come from some of the service providers that we don't publicly share it, just because they consider their locations intellectual and business confidential, which we can understand. But if you'd like to see the assessment, be more than willing to work with you. And I guess this is one thing that I probably bring up now, and this is all thanks to DOD, DCD, and NNTU working together with Infinity. It's been, I don't know how many years, but this is the first year, thanks to Infinity and those three that I mentioned, they're actually taking care of E-rate, and this is the first year E-rate actually in the books. So as we get to that project, continues along, updates will definitely be now. The stage it's currently at right now, I believe, is awarding the contractors for E-rate right now. So that's one other thing that's going to be helping telecommunications across Navajo Nation as well. Chairman Nez, I really do appreciate you attending the Vertical Bridge meetings that we have, or work sessions that we've been having. And again, thank you so much for stressing that. And that's my report for right now. Thank you.
Okay, with that, this is the lineup that I have, colleagues. I have Honorable Yellow Hair, then Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Hino, and then I'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Yellow Hair?
Speaker, to 24 councilman, my colleagues, I'd like to say thank you to a report from Mr. Halona, Mr. Christopher Santi. Yeah, by STA, yeah. I have the same concern from Edmund Yazzie. She started with the Black Mesa, Chiki. We need at least two more cell tower up there for it on the west, at the west, west from Silverwell, and also Black Mesa on the east side from Black Mesa chapter. We need not cell tower up there. I'd like you, both of you, to take this consideration to install two cell towers for a community in Black Mesa area. Being the child is in so Isha. I don't care about the contract, Mr. Halona, Mr. Presenter. Thanks for your help, yeah, funny. I'd like to have remain my time. Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Honorable yellow hair. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Otto Ishaha, Mr. Halona, and also Mr. Vicente. Really quickly, I am aware that you have been preparing a document to kind of provide insight and also your steps for how you're planning to roll out not only the E911 but also FirstNet and who you've been working with. Mr. Vicente, I know that you and I have been in conversation and you have been updating me as you saw fit. So my question is, what is the timeline for completing that document, and when can we send that out to council so they're aware of what the plan is going to be? One. Two is, Mr. Halona, you did mention that you are tracking all of the cell towers and you're working with the various companies to try to identify which companies are feeding off of those cell towers. I'm assuming that you have a spreadsheet that you're keeping this information on. Is that something that you can send to the 24th Navajo Nation Council so we have an idea of where the cell towers are, who is feeding off of them, and then more importantly, I think that would also help with what Honorable Chair Rick Nez stated earlier about how we need to try to keep companies, keep them liable and also keep them accountable for the work that they're doing on the nation. And I agree completely with my brother, Honorable Rick Nez, in that the rights of way that we are currently giving out to companies and not charging them for, I really think, Council, that we need to come back to the table and we need to discuss those things. More importantly, I think it's important that we also understand that we cannot allow companies to continue to take advantage of the Navajo Nation. And I know that we have smart people working at DOJ. We have smart people there in Office of Legislative Counsel, and every single one of us delegates are very intelligent ourselves. And I think that things have changed now, especially in the wake of this pandemic, that we need to get back to the table and we need to discuss these things. But as stated already before, we're already experiencing some of the difficulties of having to work at home. I'm currently, I reached out to NAPI because they were closer to me. I reached out to NTUA and NECA as well to see if I could access or use their internet and their landlines to take part in this meeting for council. And NAPI was kind enough to set me up in their conference room, which is where I'm at now. But even then, if I were at home, I don't have great cell phone service. I barely have internet, and NTUA it was gracious enough to get me set up with their trial internet. But even with that, it's not the greatest. There's not the greatest connection. And I do want to jump on the comment that was made about the no reception from Farmington to Crown Point. And I can attest to that. I worked 2 years at the prosecutor's office in Crown Point, and there are dead zones. And I've mentioned this before, and I think it's worth mentioning again. But there are certain points on your drive to Crown Point where your phone will switch to international, and your phone recognizes you as being in Mexico. And so we have tested that. I have tested that with another officer to see if that was really true, and we were told that it was an international call that we were making, and our plan did not allow for international calls. So I think it's really interesting the way that these towers are being set up and the way that they're being used, and how there are still dead zones on the Navajo Nation. The last thing that I'm hoping that we can also address, Mr. Vicente, and I'm hoping that we can work together on this, is reaching out to the various cell phone companies to inform them that the map that they provide on TV is a lie. The coverage that they say that they have on the Navajo Nation is not accurate. And I think that we owe it to our people to make it clear where we have connections. Where I live, AT&T does not work, but Verizon does. When I go to Window Rock, my Verizon doesn't work, but AT&T works. So I think it's really important that we share that map with our constituents and let them know that currently these are the coverages that are allowed with each one of the cell phone companies, and then also share with them not only that information, but also when it comes to accessing the internet from your phone, and where hotspots work as well. So I just want to point that out, and I do appreciate Honorable Honorable Elmer Begay's comments about public safety. We have been pushing to try to get public safety covered, and so with that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you used up all your 5 minutes. Moving on down.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Honorable Hino. Chairman Hino, you are up.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Statement today. Those from the top online, I think that's me, teleconference. This, one thing, I'll reiterate the whole thing, is that there are spots that would need improvement. And one area in particular is the community of Toji Lake. And that area, as soon as you leave the freeway, start going to the community, you end up losing signal. And there's this area where there's signal for certain types of phones, but other than that, majority of phones the remaining time I have, I'd like to donate that to
Chairman Hino, I cannot hear you.
What's that?
Now I can hear you. We couldn't hear you there. We can hear us? Chairman Haney, go ahead and continue.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, I don't know if you heard my conversation. I was trying to use my own phone calling, but it's not working. But let's consider the community coach like also too. They're working on looking at spots, cell phone areas that need to be improved. I see you leave the freeway from I-40 towards Torture. You lose signals right away, and you don't look to place to get signals in that area. So we talked to Mr. Vicente about this, and we were supposed to have a meeting there, but it never happened. And I hope this meeting happens so we can assist the community of Tojule as we talk about 6 spots on the Navajo Nation. And so with that, I'd like to donate the rest of my time to Chair Delegate Edmund Yazzie.
Yeah. You can still give it too.
Mr. Hino, thank you.
Chairman Yazzie, 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hino, and to everyone that's still listening. I know we have a curfew coming up here, so I'll be quick on my part, okay, even though I'm at home. But anyhow, I still like to go with the directive. My colleagues and the project that we're talking about has been in the works for 3 years and probably more. And the land has already been given through chapter resolutions and whatnot. And, all I hear is, he said and she said this and he said this. And that's why I'm asking for this directive, and then also for Farmington and the Crown Point area, to be included as well. And so I've been in touch with Mr. Chaco, and he, everybody's just saying one different thing. So with this directive, it'll get us back on one page. And I'm just pleading with my colleagues. I mean, I know everyone has their spots too, and to see at least 10 to 20 vehicles parked at cell parking in Pinedale, and they call out, and then coming back in, and just the other day, the McKinley County School said that they're giving out homeworks through internet and through their students, but some of these students have to go out and about to get the internet service. So, Mr. Alona, I do appreciate your work, and this is just more of, let's get this done, and, and NTUA is waiting, but I'm not going to, I do appreciate everyone's help on this. So, my colleagues, please, I do appreciate your help on this, and everyone, again, be safe, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Hino. Sure.
With that, moving on down, let me go back to Mr. Halona and Mr. Vicente. I know that there were some questions from a couple of my colleagues.
Okay, I'm going to go first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Chris. Delegate Yellow here. So Black Mesa and Whipplewell are definitely on something that I've been working on. Just so everybody doesn't know that T-Mobile purchased spectrum, and it does cover the Navajo Nation, so I know that they are deploying in certain areas. I believe I want to say Black Mesa is one of them, but as soon as I get word and confirmation, I can definitely circle back. So I take note of Whipplewell and Black Mesa. Delegate Charles Newton, so steps and rollout for FirstNet. As soon as I can get a construction timeline, I'm definitely going to push that out and share that with all the delegates. So if we're able to establish the MOA, I'm sure we can get that information from the 2 regional service providers. As far as the national coverage, I completely agree with you. When you do look at some of the maps, it shows there's coverage in places like, it says there's coverage here in Windrock for one of the national carriers, and that's not quite true. So that's definitely something I can circle back on. And Chairman Hindu, as far as the Hajile, this will be some good news. So the right-of-way that I was talking about that took over 2 years, you'll be happy to know that the fiber connection has been finally completed for Tahajile, and I believe they should be lighting it up in the next day or two. What Sacred Wind is also wanting to do for the Tahajile chapter is set up a hotspot out there as well. A little premature, and I didn't want to share this, but I figured I could just share this with y'all. And Sacredwind is also going to be working with Verizon to see about setting up a temporary site, maybe a cow or Colt cellular on wheels or cellular on light truck for Tehajale, because based on my visits out there, I know there's only like one bar service. I know the primary customer base out there is Verizon, so that's my biggest ask from Verizon right now, to see what we can do to at least provide some sort of communication, especially during this time, for members of the Tehajale community. And I believe that's it for right now. And then, yeah, I will definitely follow up on the Pinedale chapter for you, or the Pinedale Tower site for you.
Okay. Honorable Halona? Mike Halona, anything else?
Speaker and the delegates, again, appreciate your time that you're spending on this particular item and the need for telecom. Again, I just want to reiterate is that the land department, we don't have any control where the towers are being built. We can't make the company tell them to go. But I think with this emergency, we need to let FirstNet know that those are the areas that those towers need to go at immediately. Is all the dead spots that we're identifying, that those towers need to go there immediately, along with whatever infrastructure needs to get there. Do they need to get fiber there? Do they need to get broadband there? Is there another tower that needs to be built to get to that tower? It's just that information is just being able to share information and to be able to provide them the guidance of what they need to do. And I know Black Mesa is really needed, and areas, there's many other areas. If we knew where those are, we'd have a listing right now to give to FirstNet and say, get your engineers out to these locations and find the location where all these towers are going to be built. That's the information we need to give them immediately.
The Wi-Fi?
And so then that way we can be able to guide them as to where they're going to go. Now, in the co-location built out, the deployment of that is they're just going to go to a tower that's already established, that already has a lease, and they're just going to put their antennas on those towers. So those can happen now, today, next week, 2 weeks from now. So there's that policy is in place for co-locations. It's already there, so they can move to be able to get that those areas of need addressed right away. So that's all I really wanted to reiterate, and I appreciate the support from all the delegates that understand exactly what the needs are of the people and how we're going to help them, and being accountable in that whole process is what we want to be able to do and help with. And I know in Eastern there's some complications with the land status. We can do stuff on trust lands and on fee lands, but once it goes across allotments, it's out of our control, our process, our timeline. It all belongs to the BIA on how they're going to handle those approvals through those allotments. That's where the challenge is in Eastern, just for everyone to know. So, thank you.
I hope it's sending it so we can write it on the screen. Okay, thank you. With that, we have a new player, Chairman So. Colleagues, before Chairman So comes on, can you please mute? We can hear your discussions.
Thank you, Speaker. Although distinguished and honorable delegates, we're in Navajo Nation Council special session. Some of us are speaking to our own areas, and we should be speaking to the overall Navajo Nation, land, and that's the way we should be, rather than being almost like a special interest aspect. So I'd like to guide the council back into that aspect. The main thing, I think, is the inventory, let's put it to the side. The MOA, put it to the side, and put it in the area of an emergency. Whether it be for the first responders, whether it be for the public safety, for the education. That's what we should be focusing on. All these cellular providers, let's just ask them to boost their coverage. If a person can buy a hotspot, then where the cell towers are operating, let's ask them to do something similar to a hotspot. Expand their coverage. Because I'm really concerned that, the MOA is going to take 6 months. And that's, for me, that's not the intent and purpose. The intent and purpose is to expand this coverage. As Mr. Holona says, immediately. That's where we should be working. And if it needs, and perhaps a question to Legislative Counsel, Ms. Bobroff, would we have to approach the Federal Communications Commission in the aspect of an emergency to basically then the wide area broadband expansion could occur? I think that's I would like to basically approach, rather than, my area this one, my area that one, my area this one, but as an overall Navajo Nation expansion of the broadband. We know there's federal legislation coming through. Ben Ray Lujan and others, Senator Heinrich, they're sponsoring legislation, and it's just right now, how can we be, let's say, in concert with them, to basically ask the Federal Communications Commission to require these folks to expand in the aspect of an emergency. And it can and could be portrayed in a very life-saving aspect, because we're requiring people to stay home, and they don't have coverage, then we're putting them in jeopardy. So that's the reason I would put it in the prospect of this being an emergency. It has to be done. No and ifs or buts is the way that I think is what the council should be looking at. Those other aspects of inventory and MOAs, that can be addressed in a different situation. But in the area of life-saving matters, I think this is where we ought to be approaching it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Yazzie, 1 minute, 16 seconds.
Speaker, members of the council, again, I just would ask for your support on the directive.
It's not only for one area, but we're talking about Farmington and Crown Point area as well. And so, and these are projects that are just ready to go. So ask for your help on this. Speaker.
That, moving on to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Once. Going twice. Honorable Freeland. Going 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 24 seconds.
Speaker.
Yes.
Okay. The question is, I guess the timeline portion was answered. That's what I request for next. So where are we at with the process with the contract with Vertical Bridge? How long do they have? I would like to see if we could get information relating to the overall process from step A, B, and C from both Mr. Vicente and maybe from Land Department, so that we have a complete overview. And with your presentation, I guess if you guys could get something together for law and order.
Time.
And that way we can go ahead and proceed with that. And with that, yeah, no, we have my time.
Okay. That, moving on down. Chairman Nez, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Chairman Nez, going once. Chairman Nez, twice. Chairman Nez, 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. That's it, right? Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, Speaker, my colleagues, Navajo Nation Council. I would like to say thanks to Mr. Alona and Christopher Vicente for the Black Mesa on the Whippoorwill Chapter House. They already had the right-of-ways. All we need is the cell tower right over there. The very Black Mesa on the east side, 12 miles from the Chapter House, east side. We need a new cell tower too. We still need the right-of-ways over there. Thank you very much for both of you and take this very serious consideration for our community up there. I don't care all this. The Navajo Nation Council is not saying. I don't know. I don't need any more time. I can delete my remaining time. Yeah, almost energy. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hey. Huh? Okay, let me go back to the presenters, Mr. Holona, Mr. Vicente. I do believe there was a couple of questions, and then you can go ahead and do a closeout. Honorable Holona, Mr. Holona, Mr. Vicente, you guys still on?
Speaker, this is Michael Holona. I'm still here.
Okay. I think there was one specific question from Mr. Otto So, and that was referred to the timeline.
Right now, we can. I think we're pretty much done with our MOA. We just need to get it to the carriers for them to sign, and they should be ready to go. As far as deployment is concerned, they should be out there now. We'll know how long it's going to take them to deploy, but once that MOA is signed, they should be able to be ready to go and start providing the services this legislation that we're discussing has allowed them to. So and that's what we can do. We can also do a presentation to Law and Order. Just give us a heads up on when that will be, and we can get the presentations out.
Okay, great. I don't have anybody else on the, no new individuals. I called them already. Nobody else on reserve time. Colleagues, there's a motion by Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable James. We go ahead and accept the report. Go ahead and vote.
Speaker, Kealan Begay.
Honorable Kealan Begay. You have no more time, Honorable Begay.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Point of privilege by Honorable Kealan Begay.
Speaker, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of privilege for the Land Department or Mr. Vicenti's office to forward all agreements of the cell company, whoever is out there that they're referencing, are the vertical bridge agreements that they have. So if they have issues of companies not paying their share, why isn't Land Department raising this issue with the Department of Justice or whoever? Those documents, based on that document that we received, we'll go ahead and maybe call for another meeting and give it to RDC because we're the oversight. And then Law and Order Committee, they're the oversight with DOJ. Let's put that out. Telecommunication infrastructure.
Shay, what's your point of privilege, Shay? You want them to?
I'm asking for the documents of all the companies having an agreement with the Navajo Nation, including the vertical bridge agreement.
And you want that over to a resource for them to present at the next Resource and Development Committee meeting.
And I would like for this to be shared with the Navajo Nation Council.
Okay. All right, Jay, we'll put that together. That'll be a request. Honorable Mr. Halona, Mr. Vicente, just know that there's a memo that will be coming forth from council on that. With that, go to the board, or go to Miss Linda is going to do a vote afterwards, because we already have a motion.
Speaker, this is Delegate Niz. We got disconnected when you were trying to call me on my reserved time.
Chairman, I already called for the vote to accept the report.
Elmer Begay.
Green. Delmer.
Honorable Kealan Begay.
This is Delegate Kelly Jr. I vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Daniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Crotty. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Andre Cardi voted green.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I vote green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Delegate So votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries to accept the report. Thank you, Mr. Halona and also Mr. Vicente. But if you guys could still stay on right now, I did say I would come back to Mr. Edmund Yazzie for the directive. So, Mr. Yazzie.
Yes, sir.
Your directive?
Okay, my colleagues, the directive, as I mentioned before, is to have Mr. Alona approve the lease for NTUA to build a cell tower, which has been in the works for almost 3.5 years, my colleagues. And so it's less than half an acre. There's, of course, resolutions that always have been approved. And I need your help so we can get cell services for members, and also cell services for the area between south of Farmington all the way to Crown Point within the area there. So that would be my directive. Ask for your help, my colleagues.
Okay.
Speaker, sir.
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, this is what we have. A directive to the Navajo Nation Land Department approving lease for Pinedale community so that NTUA can get their cell phone towers up, as well as getting towers up between Farmington, New Mexico to Crown Point, New Mexico area for public safety reasons. And also in there, I'd like to ask that you include, Chairman, if this is okay, is that Office of Legislative Services adds in past resolutions that would back up this directive. Chairman.
Speaker, sir, yes, sir.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second, colleagues, on this directive?
I'll second, Speaker.
I'll third.
Directive, second by Honorable Freeland. So that's a motion by Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody that has texted me. Jalissa, anybody text you on the directive? Colleagues, any discussion? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Mr. Vella.
We should be considering all the whole nation.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Kealan Begay, I vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Votes green too.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Keener votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henio.
The Honorable Jamie Henio votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Stewart votes red.
Honorable Otto So.
Ka-ching.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Mr. Speaker, you have a
Delegate
vote.
Yellowhair votes green.
Delegate Smith votes green. Speaker, Delegate Smith votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Votes green.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Number.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. We'll go ahead and work on that, direct his staff, get that out as quickly as possible. Moving on down, colleagues.
Thank you, my colleagues.
Item number 5 on the agenda. I do believe, Mr. Platero, the updated agenda was sent out. There's an updated agenda sent out, colleagues. And on the updated agenda, item number 5, new business, none. Item number 6, new business, legislation 0075-20. Sponsor, Mr. Eugene So. You on the line? Yate. That, Mr. Platero, you read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0075-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, waiving 11 NNC Section 3B and C, 6A, and 26A for purposes of addressing COVID-19 health crisis, postponing the 2020 Navajo Nation chapter elections for 1 year and extending current terms of office for such time. Mr. Speaker. Legislation has been read into the electronic by voice recording.
Okay, with that, colleagues, legislation 0075-20, Honorable Eugene So is on the line. This is a 2/3 vote, meaning 16 votes in order for this to pass. Is there a motion? Going once. Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'll motion.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Halona.
Second, Honorable Halona. That, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. Honorable Eugene So.
I'm speaking. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Speaker.
Hold on. You, colleagues, I can hear there's a conference phone on. Can you put the conference line on mute?
I can't read it already. I'm ready.
Okay.
Hello?
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Okay. I share not the all for to hear. Thanks a lot. Respond to that time for special session.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Hold on. Colleagues, you're having conversations. We can hear you have a conversation. Put your phones on mute, Ashona.
Can you have him speak louder too?
Honorable So. Your conference call, I can hear you guys.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, here we go again. Let's try it again. It's there now. This is a time for special session. The lives of the people, a lot of current 19, we over 500 old kids. We should see that easy. So even the state always this to do he had to deal with all this. Give and get even now. Though he had our thought that each other is our choose about nothing of it. Yeah, no.
That, colleagues.
Marie Lee?
Mr. Lee, did you want to add on to that?
I
I don't know. I just called in. What was the topic or what was the conversation?
Mr. Eugene So is doing his, Honorable Eugene So is doing his presentation right now on 0075-20, postponing the election for 1 year. I don't know if you want to add anything on to that.
Yes, I do. Okay, thank you, Speaker and Council Delegate. What I want to say is that with the given circumstance, the health crisis that is occurring, it's best to postpone the election for 1 year. We don't know what is going to happen from here on, further on. So to safeguard the voters, and in order to keep them not in one place, it's best to postpone the election. And yes, I am being told that we should do mail-in ballot, but we're not equipped for it yet. At some point in time, we will. So I just want to say that much, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Melvin Harrison, INBO's chairs here too. Could I add something to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank my brother, my older brother Eugene Till for getting this legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I want to thank Speaker Damon and the rest of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for taking this issue. One thing I'd like to say here real quick before I head on, before I say more, is I hope Mr. Ron Haven, our Navajo Board of Election Supervisors attorney, I hope he's on the call with us, because he's worked with INBOs and election administration for over 20 years, so he has a lot of knowledge on the Navajo Nation election law. As you are aware, for those of you who may not be aware, like to refer to the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors as INBOs. INBOs met yesterday. We had a formal meeting, in-person meeting, which was approved by Honorable Speaker Damon. We only had 5 people in the room and a couple of people outside the door, so we were in compliance. So we passed resolution, INBO's resolution BOESAP-021-20, recommending the Navajo Nation, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to postpone the 2020 Navajo Nation chapter elections for 1 year and to extend current terms of office for the same time. Our honorable leaders of the Navajo Nation this very lightly. We didn't make this decision very lightly. We had numerous discussions on this. It's been on our table. It's been on my table at home for the last month. I should also inform you that we had a work session, an informal work session among the INBOs on March 31st, 2020 via teleconference. At that teleconference, we discussed many options that were recommended. I shouldn't say many, a few items that were recommended by the Navajo Election Administration. But at the end of the day, INBOs came to the same consensus that we passed yesterday, that the election be postponed for 1 year. That was the recommendation. During these discussions, our biggest concern has always been the safety of the Navajo people, young and old, Navajo Nation employees, and all the leaders, including the 24th Navajo Nation Council. During these trying times of the COVID-19 public health pandemic on the Navajo Nation nationally and globally. As you know, we have been getting updates on the Navajo Nation on a daily basis from the Navajo Nation President's Office. We've had 72 new cases yesterday. The cases are going up every day, and we don't know when this is going to slow down or even peak or even level off. That has been our biggest discussion. That has been our biggest discussion. And our discussion, my discussions, I've had numerous calls with the staff of the election administration, myself as well as the chairperson of the INVOs. And we've talked about numerous options. And at the end of the day, again, the staff themselves also favor the 1-year postponement. Our concern right now is, for your information, if this election is not postponed, the election kicks off in 13 days on April 23rd, 2020. This is still within the time period with all these public health orders from the Navajo Nation, all these executive orders from the Navajo Nation on the stay-at-home orders. And I know that there's other memos and so forth about having staff remain at home as well. So the filing period opens on the 23rd in 13 days, and it would close on May 6th. After that, there's a number of days for certification and grievance and so forth. Our greatest concern here is, which has been my number one concern, is having a fair election where there's an opportunity for any Navajo person to run for office, to file to be a candidate for any position that is open. Can that be a reality if Navajo citizens are fearful to come into the offices to file their paperwork due to this pandemic? I think that's something that has to be really seriously discussed, because it's only open for 14 days from April 23rd to May 6th. To have a fair election, if I was scared to go to Chinle office to file my paperwork, but I want to run, at the end of the day, I still have to obey the public health rules, the laws, and my fear. That's one thing that is of greatest concern for us. The other concern is poll workers. We have to start recruiting for poll workers in June. Just as Mr. Lee had said, and we all know, we don't know when all of this will go away or when it will slow down. Poll workers will need to be recruited in June, and they need to be fully trained and ready to go by the end of June. So with that said, again, how many of our people are willing to come in to be poll officials? For their safety, they may decide not to come in. Over the years, history has been, the election administration have had elections to where they were still looking for poll workers on the day before elections. So that's another issue. Another issue that is really, really concerning is voter registration. According to past elections, our people, the Navajo people, wait till the last minute to either re-register or go to the agency office and ask staff, am I registered? Can you check my paperwork to see if I'm registered? Was I purged? That's just the history of Navajo people. We wait till the last minute, and that's the case with the election office. With the electors, they wait till the last minute. with the public health crisis, right at this minute, people may not be registered, or they may want to re-register, but the offices are closed. For those ones that just turned 18 may not have registered, and they were waiting to register before the election. That's another issue of having a fair election. Depending on how this health crisis goes, we may not have that many people who want to come in to vote because the registration has expired. The registration closes on July 6th. Walk-in registration in person. I should tell you that during the year of purging, roughly 60,000 pink cards or informing people that they need to update their registration papers were sent out. And roughly between 8,000 and 10,000 pink cards returned because it most likely addresses had changed. So that's another issue. So then another issue is upgraded, and this is probably even your concern, our trusted leaders. Of greatest concern is our elders. And we all know they are the hugest voting bloc on the Navajo Nation. We can rely on our elders to come in and to be at the voting poll for their chapter official, school board, the president, vice president. But in the midst of this pandemic, this public health pandemic, and with elders being at highest risk, what's going to happen with that? So we need to figure this all out. We've talked about changing the dates of moving the dates around, but I think given the data that's coming out statewide, nationally, and so forth, the peak of the virus here, the COVID virus here, may not peak till the end of May, June, or July. So that's a huge issue that we talked about. Finally, I would inform you, our leaders, the election administration is behind many years, and thus needs some years to catch up. They need some time, several years to catch up with technology. Many of the work done at the election office is done manually. And that was what Mr. Lee was talking about. There were discussions about mail-in ballots. There's no way we could do that. I've had some serious discussions with the staff about that. Our computers at the Navajo Nation Election Administration is about 20 years old or more. Our computers are 20 years or older. So they need many years to catch up. Hopefully in the next several years, we'll catch up with some of the positive things that has been happening. We've been working with some of you delegates, and we've also been working with Honorable Speaker Damon's office to try and get some of our equipment updated. So we are beginning to go in the right direction to get some of our equipment up and running. With those new equipment, some of the issues that I just talked about could be addressed. But again, that's for the future. But today, as we sit here and talk about the election coming up, opening up in 13 days, I don't think it's a reality from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. On behalf of the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, I'm requesting your support on this legislation by my older brother, Honorable Eugene So. And it would be great if you have any recommendations. We certainly can talk about some recommendations, but once April 23rd comes up, we have to open the election. We have to. That's Title II and Title 11. We must remember that. And with that, thank you, Shananta.
Okay, with that, Honorable Eugene So, does that conclude your presentation? Okay, with that, colleagues, we have a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Halona. There's a lineup we have. I have Chairman So, Honorable Wanika, Honorable Daniels, Chairman Nez, Chairman Yazzie, Honorable Stewart. So let me go ahead and go on down to Chairman Daniel So. Five minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Basically, when the idea was first, members of the Navajo Nation Council out of the Melvin Harrison and the Eugene. So when the idea was first discussed, I was pretty much in favor of it. But then, as the chapters I represent heard my discussions regarding postponing the elections, my thoughts have basically changed to where I would basically just vote red on this. Number one, you're just discussing chapter officials, but in the election process, it also talks about the Navajo Nation School Board, as well as the grading committee and the land boards. So those are some things that we really have to also look at. So I think that that's the misconception. So in that respect, I just want to clarify that does include the other offices where their period of election would be over on at the end of the general election process. So I just want to tell everybody that I will vote red on this particular legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, moving on down, colleagues. Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. In respect to this legislation, the Board of Election Supervisors did meet on this, and they made their decision to go ahead and ask the Council to postpone it for 1 year. There is no question there's concern, and there are legitimate concerns. And I think that the Board of Election Supervisor has the authority to postpone the elections for 60 days for unforeseen circumstances to reprint ballots. And I recommended that they should go with that, postpone it for 60 days, and let's see what happens. And within that time, maybe there'll be time for us to communicate with our chapters. I think not all the delegates and the chapters are aware of this. I think we need to make them aware of it, because elected positions belongs to the people. And I know that some of the people, some of the elected officials are concerned. Some of them are saying that we were elected for 4 years, not 5 years. And this happened once before, that chapter officer's election was postponed for 1 year. And the main concern was the people, the quorum of the chapters were very direct with some of the officials, telling them that you're sitting there, we didn't vote for you for this extra year that you're in there. And that's the only part that was very concerning at the time. Other than that, everything went okay. I think if there is elected officials that feel that way, it's probably going to cause some special elections to take place with those that don't want to go another year. So those are the only concerns that I have. And I don't know if we should just go ahead and give it back to the Board of Election Supervisor and go ahead and use their authority to postpone the election for 6 days. And let's see how things are within that 60 days. And maybe we can be able to talk about this and what the reasons would be to postpone it for a full year. Another thing is I'm very concerned about voting machines. They're very old, and I'm afraid that if we go with these machines for the upcoming election, we're going to have a lot of problems. Maybe more problems than we had with the last elections, where 45 chapters didn't have enough ballots to complete their elections. So I'm just very concerned about the machines. I know some months back, Chairman Hinu asked the election office to provide him a budget to see if they could go for new machines, but that never came about. I think we have to look at that also to see the condition of the machines. And I think within this next 2 months, we'll be able to do that. We can just go ahead and allow the board to postpone the election for 60 days, and let's see where we're at as far as the machines are concerned. Maybe even leasing the machines for this upcoming election will be more efficient than using the machines that we have at this time. So those are my concerns, and I think the board has some authority that they can use in the meantime. Thank you. Save my time.
1 minute and 4 seconds for reserve time. Mr. Wanika. Moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Hello, can you hear me, Speaker?
Yep. I can hear you.
Thank you. And also, good afternoon to my colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Adjournment legislation, so Delegate Eugene So, along with your agent that called in. With this pandemic, I'm looking at forecast. I'm thinking about the forecast on our budget. What it's going to be like after we get through this pandemic. Would we have enough money? Would we have enough dollars for the next term? Leadership, the next term. Grazing officials, land boards. Will we have enough dollars for them for the next 4 years? Delegate Winika, he's bringing up some good points. The 60 days postponed. So we have some chapter officials from Zinigia that are ready to step down. They're looking at the data, so I can that they shot them. So I think si halit enan so yan repeat man pe iya ko do na the forecast ki to area ba ko to ba dito le aro na ko do reserve time the speaker. Thank you.
Okay, moving on down. Honorable Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie, going twice.
Speaker.
Chairman Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just a few thoughts, okay, I wanted to share with my council on this legislation. Of course, within the areas that we represent, I know it is pretty tough to decide. And these are the concerns. The reason why that I want to share this is, number one, is the budget. Is that, really going to take a dent if we do this on the whole budget process. I know just a couple of weeks ago, the city of Gallup had their election, but they took every precaution that they could. And I thought they were going to cancel and reset their election for the mayor position, but they went forward. The governor said to go ahead and go forward with New Mexico. But however, there is that safety issue that if we do this, it's going to take away the years, and it won't be the full 4 years that should be for every elected person. So if this passes, then they're going to be 1 year short. So, and then with the virus going on, that is also an issue. I remember we talked about something like this, but it's the safety of the people that we have to, think about with this virus. I remember when they were going to reduce the council, and back from 88 to 24, and the question there, the council, the 88 was going to vote on it, but it was decided that the people with the voting rights, it should go back to the people. But back then, we didn't have, the virus that's going on right now. And so, to me, it seems like also that we're going to be violating the voters' rights on this as well. I'm pretty sure there's technology now that we could use, such as what we're doing now, voting by phone, using the internet. I haven't heard anything from the United States president election run. I know Biden backed down, so it looks like it's going to be, between, two individuals now, President Trump and, Sanders that dropped out, but Biden, is in now. But I don't hear anything of the presidential race, being affected. But anyhow, those are just two things. Is the 1 year, that we're going to be taken away, and then also just the voting rights, what the people are saying. So that's my comment. I don't want to reserve my time, and but I will, based on what I've gotten, phone calls and texts, from the chapters that I represent. They want to move forward with the election. So I'll be voting red on this legislation. Speaker, sir, I do not wish to reserve my time. Sir.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Stewart.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Sir.
We hear you.
All right. My concerns or my questions go back to Mr. Harrison and the election board there. When these happened, when this decision was made, was research even looked at to see what we are facing now with COVID-19, where it first broke out And now, and what we see in China, what we see in New York, is what we're finding. Because it's not like we're doing elections tomorrow. These things aren't happening until this summer. And then the other one is that why can't there be why aren't there other avenues to look at? When you watch the news, when you watch things that are happening around the world where people can do the paperwork faster, and we've said it before, we're using technology a lot more now. Why can't these applications be put online and then be sent back to the election office and have election office print them out? You can even do your photos on your phone and on your computer and send it in for the ballot. These are things that looking at. The other one is in your research of your board, have you looked at elections from the past? Because when I ran for chapter president, I was running unopposed. I know there are probably a lot of chapters that are like that. Officials run unopposed, whether they're chapter officials or school officials. So why can't you just have one election instead of having two? The other one would be to, instead of having the food stamp set up by the candidates, just have a straight election. Or even go towards absentee ballots. I do absentee ballots for Navajo Nation elections. Why can't those be encouraged? Another thing you mentioned was the re-registration or the registration of community members. I contacted my chapters and they said, no, it's not hard to re-register or register a community member. Then the other one is, when we look at Washington, they have yet to say they're postponing their election. They went through with the Democratic deal earlier, even though this was going on. So for me, those are my questions back to you all. And like Mr. Yagi stated, I'm going to vote against this one. Speaker, that's it.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. What was our time? Honorable Keon Begay. And then Charlene Sue is after that. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker. Good afternoon, Honest Speaker. This is Doug Keelan. Mr. So, Sosni, so Ziggy Chat on the Eugene show. You know, at the last minute in the it's been over a year since the last election. As far as machines. So, especially me. To me, that's just an excuse. Today, modern day technology, I even have to sign a petition text to me to the state of Arizona to accept my signatures, or it's just a simple pressing of a button on the screen to accept my signature for a petition. Although I received the voter registration card from the Apache County, update information, but that's what's going on, how elections is being processed across the United States. ako hay alay do nesta la halik ado nesta dikat all konado is all we're just kicking the can down the road for another year ado hita banana kita o na aka issue to resolve out that na koko. So specifically, what is it that the Navajo Nation Board of Election would provide the Navajo Nation Council, specifically how their office needs to be improved? And these computers are 20 years old. If this is that much of a concern, voters' right, Zobaban case, no. A Copenhagen Zito, Mr. Edison Winika, Delegate Winika, mentioned Igila. I need a late Kodon, it's another Toko. And how 1 year ago, that the election, Nikki, you wait out kitchen, that's what lead only. A Copen Nachico, so the Zenale Haja on so than such case, Dida. I go with that committee member, council members in Clinicky. I mean, maybe just have the election office utilize that 60 days extension for now. If needs to be, maybe at the spring, if not this summer session, that we could act on this. Shouldn't out by that time, things will go away. Maybe just shorten the election process as well. To me, I think between August and November is rather too long. That's what really just prolongs everything at the election office. Candidates are facing or everything is being dragged on. It's just the speakers who specifically we need an immediate improvement of the office, the administration, with equipment that's being indicated. Like, Kodoni, Nan, Viniki, Jo, public equity, need. Yegushin, Yegich, Yastigo, Edo, Ada, Eben, Dika, Telecommunications, there's no ban of the slaughter, Nayon, it's Antantago, attack. So these are the areas where it would be utilized as well. If we had the Navajo Nation had a better cell service or telecommunications service across the Navajo Nation. So Mr. Speaker, so I'd like to receive maybe within 20 days some form of a short-term, long-term improvement of the election office. Thank you.
Time. Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Colleagues, Mr. Rodriguez is going to be the new acting interim director there starting on Monday. We can work together with him on that initiative, and I know that's something that he was working together with. That's one of the things that him and Mr. Melvin Harrison are looking at and trying to get on board and get everything situated down there at the elections office. So, moving on down from Honorable Keon Begay, this is the lineup. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Nate Brown, Honorable Slater. So, Honorable Charlene So, floor is yours.
Thank you, to my 24th Navajo Nation colleague, and then to all the viewers and listeners. This was an issue that I have been treading a lot of thought on. I know that this was presented to HESI a few days ago, and some of the concerns that I have, and of course, as leaders, we listen to our constituents, the comments that come from our people. And I agree with the majority, and I had to come to a consensus of whether I was going to be in favor of this legislation or not. So respectfully, my colleagues, one of the issues that I have come across is that this legislation, I feel like it would be more in favor to the election administration and the Board of Election Supervisors. I do have constituents and I do have chapter officials that state that they are in favor of an election taking place, and a lot are looking forward to the end of their term. A lot of our constituents are looking forward to having new leadership in the city that is now filled. So with that, I will not be in favor of this legislation, and I would understand if the election, and I was more in favor if the elections were delayed by 60 days or 90 days. And furthermore, the incoming chapter officials in 2021 would only serve 3 years instead of 4 years. So, and to my understanding, I know that there's a lot of proposals that would be coming in from the Commission on Navajo Government Development, and I understand that that would also postpone some of the work that they're doing on their behalf. Again, my leaders, my colleagues, and people that are listening, it is the people's fundamental right and their right to vote on the future of their government. And I feel like this is going to take away their rights, and they have they did not have a say in this, and I feel so somewhat guilty that we will be making this move and action on their behalf. I don't see that this is the right move. So what I would suggest, if this legislation were to be voted down, that we as leaders come together with the election administration and supervisors, that we propose a 60, 90-day postponement instead to fulfill the rights of our people. And I would understand, this, if we can push it into the general election. I know that the safety of our elders is a main concern. It is a concern for me. I worry about my elders every day. But then again, I have to listen to the majority of what my people want. So with that said, my leaders, I just ask that we will not support this. A year into this postponement, it's going to bring a lot of disruption, I guess you would say, from our chapters, from the people. And so that's my point, and I really appreciate this legislation being presented on behalf of the people. Thank you. Ajat.
Okay, moving on down. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker I've been getting a lot of feedback from my chapters and my chapter officials regarding this legislation. Some are in favor for the 1 year, yes, but a good recommendation was also made yesterday as to why not just have a one general election, winner take all kind of scenario, November. And my issue, of course, I know this for a fact, is that we continue to have no funds for elections. There's always a shortfall, and that continues to be prevalent in every 4 years. So, those are my suggestions I'm getting from my chapters, officials, and areas that I represent. So, we did get a request from Secretary Katie Hobbs from Arizona to give her a call as well regarding this procedure. So I don't know, we may need to talk to the states as well as how this is going to work, because I know several chapters do serve as precincts on state election and national elections, and how is this going to affect the presidential elections as well. So we got to think of those scenarios. November is a big election year for presidential, so we got to remember that and keep that in mind. With that, Speaker, I want to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. I was double muted on my phone. Speaker, and some of the concerns where if we're going to throw the election off with some of the states, I know Arizona still, they will still have their regular election. And I think New Mexico is doing the same thing. So how is this going to take us out of alignment? And I think with our Navajo Nation Elections Office, as well as the board, they have been in this position to where they've been, of course, none of us knew COVID was going to be here. But I think in the chapters that I represent, the constituents, I actually have not asked them this question, but I think listening to the different states around us, I think I would vote this down. Or else the other recommendation, I like Delegate Juanita's recommendation also, to give it back to the board, and they have the authority to extend it. I think it will hurt the Navajo Nation. And I think in the past what has happened with some of the presidential elections where our Navajo voters felt like there was a disenfranchisement from our Navajo voters where their votes, they felt like their votes were not counted. So will this council, if we move on this and improve this, is that how our people are going to react to us also? This happened, something not exactly, but where the votes were not counted and shared with the rest of the Navajo Nation. So then it was basically the results were never shared. So I think we're treading on dangerous ground. So I'm thinking about this. If there's any other recommendation from the board, I don't think it's very wise to extend it for a whole year. There's a lot of important initiatives going on, and I think we need to stay on top of it. I mean, suggestions to the board. I know there's a funding piece that's always a big piece of this. But how can we get our Navajo people to register online, maybe voting by mail, really encouraging that. So those are the other means that I would really recommend. And then how much would that cost? I think this is a time where we should be moving in that direction. Okay.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Brown. Moving on down. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I was on the call with the Board of Election Supervisors, the first one they had, and then at the HES committee when this issue was presented to us. At that teleconference meeting, I requested that either the Board of Election Supervisors, the Election Administration, or the Office of the Speaker solicit the input of the executive branch on this matter. And from the presentations I've heard, there hasn't either been the request made or it was made and there's no response. So I really think as a government, we need to have a multi-branch approach to this particular legislation. Right now, I am supportive of the legislation. I don't think any of the speakers who spoke subsequent to Mr. Harrison addressed the issues that he brought forth. But ultimately, this program is part of the legislative branch. We, as the council, are the oversight over it. And it's our responsibility, and we can try and divert blame on carrying this out to program staff, to supervisors, to any of that. But it's us. And we're presented with an issue, and unless we're able to develop a completely cogent plan on how to conduct safe, transparent, free elections, then I strongly think that they should be deferred for a year. Nobody among us or our chapter officials foresaw this. And you can't hold it against them if they don't think that they have the ability to fulfill another year of their duties. You certainly can't force someone, right? But each of us is trying to step up in our own way within our communities to serve our people. And I have a good feeling that people who are honestly motivated to serve their people at the chapter level will want to continue their service. And if they can't, I think there's a way that we can fashion temporary chapter elected officials or officers for 1 year, using those who are motivated within the community. There's going to be probably a very unique set of needs over this next year in terms of the distribution of essential supplies, food, water, and it's going to take the whole nation stepping up to fulfill our roles. So at this time, unless we have an alternative, because of the time frame that's involved between registering and doing primaries, doing the recruiting the poll workers, I am just so concerned because of how under-resourced we are as a nation presently combating the coronavirus epidemic, that an election will provide too many opportunities for a huge spike or increase in infections. And our paramount concern as a council right now needs to be preventing the overwhelming of our healthcare system, because that's where we're going to see the mass, I hate to say it, death in the event that that happens. So I ask my colleagues to really think about what the alternatives are. We can always defer this and come back to it. Ultimately, that solution and responsibility rests with the council, and I really appreciate everyone's careful consideration right now. But it's going to be very hard to fashion that plan and make it safe with the number of bodies involved and the inability to meet in person over the next several months. But yeah, I reserve my time if there is any.
A minute and 7 seconds.
Hey, reserve time with 1 minute, 7 seconds. Honorable Slater. Vice Chair Slater. With that, moving on down.
Speaker.
This is, I have the lineup. I have Honorable Paul Begay and Chairman Hino. And someone just said Speaker.
Delegate James.
Delegate James. Honorable James. Well, you can't challenge. There's nothing to challenge yet.
I wanted to challenge the motion to seize the fate.
Honorable James, you can do that. I just now put your name down.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that when I come to you. It's Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Hino, Chairman Hino, and then yourself. Honorable Paul Begay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Speaker, fellow honorable council delegates, and those that are listening. My thought on this is, this pandemic, the virus, has completely is completely running our lives today. It seems like everything that we do is based on that, or not to do anything. It's unfortunate, but my thought is that that is the priority that we must think about. How do we help our communities? How do we help our people? You see, should be our priority at this time.
having said that, I believe that the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors has the authority to delay this election. As mentioned by Honorable Delegate Edison Wanika, a 60-day delay. I think we ought to look at this pandemic as it will pass soon. We have to be positive about that. We have to say that our faith and our prayers will be answered. Be positive about slowing this down and even getting it behind us. So, to me, if we can have a delay, a 60-day delay, I think that would be enough time to still have the election go on schedule. I know that there's chapters out there that are due for a change, and people are looking towards that. That I'm speaking on behalf of my area. Of course, there's always budget problems also. If we run into situations where we're having two different elections, we're always asking, as mentioned, about funding. It's funded, there's a point where we fund it once and then we're asking for more funding. So I think we just need to make every effort to make sure that the election goes this year. But if it stays like this, if this virus and the issues with it continues within that 60-day period, again, I think we should be thinking about possibly postponing it for a year. But I think we need to give the 60-day delay a shot. And the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors have that authority. According to Delegate Edison Wanika, who has a wide span of experience in this area, in the election field. So my thought is if it's delayed 60 days, I would go with that. But right now, canceling the whole thing for a year, I think that'd be too long. It would make kind of delay everything else. I'm thinking positive. I'm thinking positive that this virus will go away. We'll have I'm feeling positive that we'll be able to get this election to be done with. Thank you.
Okay, moving on down. Chairman Henio.
I'm here.
Okay.
Speaker Damon, and then also my colleagues in Antada and Telecom. I speak fine, and then also Delegate Eugene So for committing to bring this legislation before the council. A couple weeks ago, I believe it was, I was on a conference call with the Navajo Board Election Supervisors, and they were talking about this subject. And they had several options that they were planning on discussing. But through the conversations, this legislation was mentioned about postponing the election for 1 year. Although the conversation sort of just stopped. Then the Board of Election Supervisors focused on this topic that we're discussing now. So, but during that time, there was a comment made by one of the supervisors that even if Navajo Nation postpones election for 1 year, the national election will still be going on. And Navajo people will still be coming to the polls to vote, regardless if there's a Navajo wide election or not. They'll still be there. Even in, I believe it's in on the Navajo Board Election Supervisors and the Navajo Election Administration to come up with ideas as far as how they will streamline this election. I'm listening to all the conversation. It seems like there is only one in favor of the 1-year postponement. They want to see a short pause. And with the Navajo Board Election Supervisors, they have the authority within their own to postpone any election within 60 days.
Home is where the heart is.
Is to table this legislation and also to give the Board of Election Supervisors that time to come up with ideas, recommendations to the council as far as where the election is headed for 2020. And based on that, though, we can move forward. So that's my motion, to table this legislation for 60 days. Speaker, if you had allowed us to let and reserve my time if I need to.
Speaker Damon, this is Melvin Harrison. Could I just say something before you?
Mr. Harrison, we're in council session.
I'll second. This is W. Waliko. I'll second the motion.
Hold on, let me see. There's a motion. Hold on. There's a motion by Honorable Jamie Hinu to table this legislation 0075-20 for 60 days. And within that 60 days,
How long I second that motion?
and this within 60 days, there's a recommendation for the Navajo Nation Office of Election and the Board of Election Supervisors to come up with an alternative plan rather than canceling the election for an entire year. Now that motion is by Chairman Hino.
Speaker, can I clarify my motion now?
Yeah, clarify, Honorable Hino.
This is a motion to table this legislation for 60 days. Within that 60 days, the directive to the Navajo Board Election Supervisors, within their authority and power, to postpone the 2020 election for 60 days through a Navajo Board of Election Supervisors resolution. And this will also be a filing fee, the filing period up by 60 days. Within that time, they can come up with recommendations. Speaker.
Okay, we recorded that? Recorder? It's recording, right? Okay. We got it? Colleagues, whoever's talking, can you please put your phone on mute? Chairman Hino, second by Honorable Halona. With that, tabling motion is non-debatable, except for, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So, you do have 3 minutes.
My first concern as a leader is for the help of the people. This case, Navajo Nation, not one other dot. As I fear and faith, there are states out there. Some don't have warm water to wash their hands, and they don't have PPE that Dito all another flu. Today is a 14 days quarantine. It starts today and also ends today. If you know what I mean, this disease is going to keep going. Our second wave will come somewhere in November or a little earlier. So yeah, we're hitting the all things that look at how much we're going every day, 70 days. the well-being of the people, the health of the people. They didn't yes, all other things they can wait. All these things that people are saying, all that easy, all that. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody's talking in there.
Okay. Colleagues.
Speaker Damon, is there enough time for
there's colleagues
to
there.
clarify something on the code?
Colleagues. Somebody's whistling.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Nez, point of order.
Point of order by Chairman Nez.
There's no discussion on table motion. Let's vote.
I'm still trying to get order. Someone's whistling. Hold on first. Colleagues, if you can please put your phones on mute. Okay, with that, there's a motion by Honorable Hino, a second by Honorable Halona. We did give 3 minutes to the sponsor. This is for 60 days with a directive to Board of Election Supervisors. In that motion, I'll be going out. With that, go to board. Ms. Linda Uvella will take the vote.
Elmer Begay? Elmer Begay? Key Allen Begay?
This is Delegate Kellen Begay, agree to table.
Honorable Paul Begay?
Speaker, this is Delegate Elmer Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay?
Delegate Paul Begay, votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown? Honorable Eugenia
Delegate
Charles
Brown
Newton?
votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canis-Crotty votes red.
Honorable Herman Daniels?
Speaker, what's the vote for?
Honorable Daniels, this is a tabling motion for 60 days.
Great.
Honorable Mark Freeland?
Red.
This is a lot of work.
Right.
I don't mind doing it.
That was red, right, Honorable Freeland?
What was that, Speaker? Sorry.
That was red. You said red, right?
Red chili.
Red chili.
Honorable Pernell Halona?
Halona votes green.
Oh, Chicago.
Yeah. Maybe should not vote yeah now.
Honorable Pernell Halona?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo?
Colleagues, you're talking on the phone when we're taking a vote. Please put your phones on mute.
Honorable Jamie Henyo?
Hold on, there's somebody talking, I can't. Vote green chili.
Honorable Vince James?
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Carl Slater?
Delegate Slater votes red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.? Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Stewart votes red.
Honorable Otto So.
Delegate So votes green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Hold on. Colleagues, who is talking? Someone is having the discussion.
I think it's on Eugene.
Helper, we can hear you.
Eugene So.
Edmund Yazzie, green.
Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, did you get my vote, Delta Smith?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 15 in favor and 8 opposed.
Speaker, you got my vote? This is it.
Yes.
Over the game.
Yes. With that, 15 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. 0075-20 is tabled for 60 days with the directive. That, Chairman So. There's a request to speak.
It's Eugene So's phone and Melvin Harrison.
Thank you, Speaker.
Election.
I want to offer an amendment, offer a motion to do a consent agenda on legislation 7620, 7720, 8220, 8320, 8620. Those are all legislation to afford chapters, delegates, and boards and commissions under the
86.
as well as Bennett College and Navajo Technical University Board of Regents to vote or meet by teleconference. That would be my motion.
Okay. So your motion is to suspend the floor rules and go to a consent agenda on 76, 77, 82, and 83. I do not have an 86 on the agenda. Chairman Daniel So.
Sir, what was that again?
Chairman So, you're wanting to do it a consent agenda, so we would suspend the floor rules. This is 16 votes. That means this would be for legislation 76, 77, 82, and 83. There's no 86 on the current agenda. So it'd just be for 4 legislations.
All right. Right after that, then I'll make a motion to add 86.
So there's a motion, colleagues, to amend the agenda for a consent agenda on 76, 77, 82, and 83. And I think there was a second by Honorable Vince James. Am I correct, Vince? Honorable James?
None.
So this is 76.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
77,
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
82, and 83. Madam Chair, question of privilege.
Speaker, just for clarification, there was mention of 0086-20. I believe we just received that legislation and it has not been added onto the agenda. So just for clarification, is 0086-20 being added to the agenda and it also being added to the consent? I'm sorry, what was it? What was the motion for the consent agenda? Is that what's going on? I'm going back on mute.
No. You got to add that onto the agenda first. That would be a separate motion. That's what I just now told Chairman So. So in this motion, the consent agenda motion by Chairman So, second by Honorable James, is consenting to put 76, 77, 82, and 83 only. Only those four legislations. Okay, with that, I don't have this is 2/3 vote, colleagues, 16 votes in order to make this happen to amend the agenda at council. So I don't have anybody. Do you have anybody? Nope. Going once. There's a motion. Second. Any discussion on 76, 77, 82, and 83? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board. Go to Ms. Uvella. Call for the vote.
Delegate McGee voting green.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Voting green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. Voting green.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Dr. Paul Begay voting green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty voting green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Paul Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
We can't hear you on this side, Linda, but this is Jamie Haney vote green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Gratefully green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair. Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland. you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, colleagues. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman So.
To amend the agenda to add legislation 084, 085, and 086.
I'll second.
Chairman So, I'm going to the consent agenda first and then I'll come back to you. Somebody is outside in the wind. You're getting blown around. We can hear you. Put your phones on mute. Chairman So, we're going to the consent agenda first. And that's 76, 77, 82, and 83. Then I'll come back to you. With that, Mr. Botero, on to the consent agenda. We just now passed it, 76, 77, 82, 83-20. Read into record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0076-20, an action relating to an emergency. Enacting 17 NNC Section 337, excessive pricing during a declared state of emergency. Legislation 0077-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, authoring Navajo Nation boards and commissions organized under the legislative branch limited approval to conduct meetings through telecommunication methods, approving a temporary suspension of Title II provisions requiring board and commission members to be physically present at meetings. Legislation 0082-20, an action relating to an emergency, temporarily suspending Title 26 sections to allow chapter meetings to be held telephonically or through video conferencing, temporarily suspending Title 26 sections and clarifying Title 26 sections to authorize chapters to function to meet the needs of their communities during the COVID-19 health crisis under the 3-person quorum and the executive branch closure of Navajo Nation government offices and related entities, Executive Order number 002-20, legislation 0083-20, an action relating to an emergency authorizing Navajo Nation Council delegates to attend chapter meetings and agency council meetings through telecommunication methods. All legislation have been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Or motion.
Motion, Delegate.
I'll second. This is Delegate Brown.
Chairman So, motion. Second by Honorable Nate Brown. Comment? Oh, no. Go straight to vote. Yeah, consent motion on, and this is a consent motion on 76, 77, 82, and
2/3.
83. There's 2/3, colleagues.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Calvin Gay Jr., votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McKay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Kanazba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knizbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Freeland votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Question of privilege.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Haney votes green.
Vince James.
Honorable Vince James.
Before I vote, a question really quick. Question of privilege to industry. Does this include the farm board and the grazing officials and any other elected officials throughout the nation?
Question of privilege while we're voting. Moving on while we're getting that.
Honorable Rick Nez.
All of them.
Doug Smith votes green.
On the boards on 77-20.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
It doesn't, huh?
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
It doesn't.
Honorable So votes green.
This says
Honorable Charlene So.
This says
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
pricing. This is under legislation.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Eugene So votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
Honorable Vince James, no, it doesn't.
Honorable Vince James.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I vote green.
Mr. Speaker, with that you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, with that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. Chairman So. Floor is yours. Chairman So, floor is yours. The last legislation 0082-20, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carried. Chairman So, I know that you were wanting to have the floor again.
I didn't catch that.
You're wanting the floor.
Yes. No, that was. I'll defer.
Well, you were wanting the floor to add on legislations. That's what we're doing at this time.
Oh yes. Legislation. I thought we already did that. 84, 85, and 86.
Okay. Motion to add on 84, 85, and 86. Mr. Botero, what is 84, 85, and 86? Can tell my colleagues know.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, legislation 0084-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation establishing the Navajo Nation COVID-19 response donation fund to house financial donations made to the Navajo Nation to assist in the fight against COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation, replenishing the CMA-06-20 supplemental appropriation to the COVID-19 emergency funds program, waiving Navajo Nation cost set-aside provisions. Legislation 0085-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $121,000 to the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Office of the Speaker, Business Unit 101015, waiving 12 NNC Sections 820E and F regarding the restriction of matching non-recurring revenues with the recurring expenditures. Legislation 0086-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, approving the Dene College and Navajo Technical University to conduct meetings through telecommunication methods, approving a waiver of provisions requiring a physical presence of Board of Regents meetings. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleague, there's a motion by Chairman So to add on 84, 85, and 86. Is there a second? This is 2/3 to add on. Madam Chair, seconds. Honorable Charles Newton. That, comments, questions? I don't have anything on my side.
Speaker Delegate James.
And this was a B amendment 3. Amendment to the agenda. Okay. Is there anybody? I don't have anybody that's texted. Motion second. I think I heard Vince James on there.
Another speaker, what were the first two legislation to be added that was read into record?
Mr. Botero, 84, 85, 86, are those emailed out to everybody? Well, what is, I guess, just a briefing again, what they are?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, the 8419 is on the donation fund. 8520 is a UUFB for $121,000 for the legislative branch. 8620 is for Dene College and Navajo Technical University. Mr. Speaker.
Supposed to speak, anybody? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Mr. Vella, go ahead and take the vote.
2/3.
2/3.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Voted red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Just for clarification, we're adding this onto the agenda, right?
Yes.
Green?
Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Benali.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knutsbach Crotty votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green, see?
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland is green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halana votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes red.
Honorable Vince James.
Is this as a consent item again?
No, just to add on to the agenda.
Okay, vote green, Delegate James.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Honorable Otto So.
Put your phone on mute.
Honorable Otto So.
Hey, I'm talking to Daniel Stokes.
Honorable Freeland, we can hear you.
Honorable Charlene
My
So.
apologies.
Not accepted.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Gratefully green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Red.
Honorable Otto So.
Green. Chili. Extra chili.
Okay,
Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 4 opposed.
19 in favor, 4 opposed. Motion, speaker not voting, motion carries to add those onto the agenda. Okay. That, we are back onto our agenda. Next on the list is 0079-20. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, privilege of Speaker.
Yes.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
Regards to these legislation that has two-thirds vote on it, it kind of conflict with our Navajo Nation code. Where in your case, you can only vote when there is a tie. How can 16 votes be a tie unless it is over 32? That's my question. Is there anything that can change? If the people vote 15, us council delegates, and you vote also because your vote is a two-thirds. That's my question.
Want to talk on it? You gotta talk loud. Okay, I have Office of Legislative Counsel answer that question. Ms. Dana Barbara.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I'm currently looking up in the code provisions, but the speaker is only allowed to vote in case of a tie. As far as the two-thirds majority vote, two-thirds majority is 16. And the speaker is not allowed to vote, and you're correct that there could never be a tie if there is a 16-vote majority needed. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. That. Moving on down, legislation 0079-20, Honorable Otto So. You out there? Honorable Otto So. Co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
I'm here.
Okay, Madam Chair Charles Newton's here. Mr. Potero, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0079-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 for burial assistance to the Navajo Division of Social Services. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion by Honorable Walker. Honorable So, I'm not going to recognize your motion because you're the sponsor of the legislation. So I'm gonna give your colleagues some time to see if there's another one first. If not, then I'll come back to you. Honorable Walker, is there a second?
Second, Freeland.
Freeland. Boss, you're good. You got a motion and a second.
Second, James.
Motion by Honorable Walker, second by Honorable Freeland. That, comments, questions? I don't have anybody on my side. Everybody on... Okay, there is a needing, and there is an amendment that is needed on this, colleagues. And the reason why is because the controller deems this as recurring. So it needs a waiver of the provision. And Manny has it here in the chambers. So, is anybody else? Oh, Chairman Inyo, you have the floor.
Okay, this is Doug Inyo. Thank you, Mr. Liz. Then also, this concern here with this money that's being requested from the council to that we recently gave the Department of Health $4 million, and I believe that the Social Service operates under the Department of Health.
Chairman.
And they should, that's where
Chairman.
Push it, be part of that $4 million that we allocated that's signed by the president, and this way they can track it and request for money back from FEMA once this is everything settles down. That's just my concern with this legislation. I reserve my time.
Okay. Service time. Let me go. Sorry, Chairman. I stepped out of protocol. Sorry, my colleagues. I forgot to give Madam Chair Charles Newton the floor. So let me go ahead and give her the time to open up and express on this legislation, as she's a co-sponsor.
Thank you for that, Speaker. And just for clarification,
Okay, with that, we have a motion second. You still have 4 minutes, 15 seconds. The only one that has asked to speak is Honorable Gay. Che, floor is yours.
Speaker, sponsor, I believe it's Rashima. The other area that I neglect to mention earlier, you know, there's a reason why the Navajo Nation have set up the inter-command system. Any legislation that will continue to bring up, it would really be it'd be beneficial for the inter-command center in a way to say that yes, these are needed. And these are how we could help defeat this particular situation on the Navajo Nation. I mean, we're just, I don't know, it seems like we're just sitting here while there's $8 billion that the Navajo Nation could go after. So any appropriation, is it possible to make an amendment in there in language to say that that any funding that's utilized during the time of these emergency legislation that the nation will go back and request for reimbursement from FEMA, because it would take for AFD peso Joe Banyatke, and then I don't know if the president will be signing this. So if there's an assurance that, hey, yes, we're going to utilize the money, on the ski, but down the road, the nation will receive a request for reimbursement on all of these expenses. Because there's already a flyer out there indicating that there is funding available for funeralists, for those individuals. So the nation should already be seeking funding for reimbursement, helping these families get the reimbursement from those that have passed on COVID-19. As of today, that should be cost. So every man will make a motion to the speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2:24. Anybody else? You have anybody? Anybody else? We go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Another thing I'm looking at here too is a memo dated April 10th from Dominic Vial regarding this legislation. And he is stating that there is a supplemental budget, supplemental funding proposal summary, Appendix K, which is not attached. Says this needs to be included pursuant to the 2020 Budget Instructions Manual, Section 7, Supplemental Funding Request Procedures. And so with this, we are not following our own legislation that we have passed regarding the Budget Instruction Manual. Would you move forward to approve this legislation? I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 27 seconds. Honorable Kian 2 minutes, 24 seconds.
So, you didn't recognize my motion, Speaker. Reserve my time. Speaker, my motion was
request for reimbursement from FEMA. That's my amendment.
Okay. Ms. Barboff is working on that as we speak. I didn't take any time away from you on Begay. Colleagues, while we're waiting for this amendment to come up, let me just say one thing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more legislations after this, and I'm really trying to see if we can get the staff out of here by 5 o'clock, even sooner than that. I know that they've been working all week, and they still need time to get supplies for their 57-hour stay-at-home initiative. So I'm just keep that in mind, colleagues. I'm really trying to make sure the staff can get their supplies too as well before they have to get on home and be back into their homes by 8 o'clock this evening. Cap.
Question of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Speaker, yes, thank you. Just really quickly, I know that there has been talk about doing another special session next week on Friday. Can you tell me if that is currently the plan? I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
That currently is the plan. That is one of the plans, is to have a NABI. Specifically, there's a request to have a NABI committee meeting for some of the legislations that could go to council. One of those legislations is the override of the Molina Healthcare position statement on behalf of the Navajo Nation that the Navajo Nation president did veto, and that needs to go to NABI first and then to council. And that was one of the requests, is to have a special session by next Friday. There are other areas of legislation from your colleagues that have come to Ms. Barboff for emergency legislations that her and her team are still currently working on, and some of those legislations would be ready by next Friday too as well. The only thing is that we still have not had the requests go out, so after this there will be a formal request to continue that action and have an emergency meeting or a special session next Friday. You are correct, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. So we do have the amendment. Maybe Ms. Barboff, if you just want to read into the record right there.
Okay, thank you. This would be the amendment that, or the language I am recommending to Delegate Key Allen Begay for his amendment request. On page 4, line 10, add new paragraph C to read, the Division of Social Services through the Health Command Center shall submit any expenditures from the UUFB to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for reimbursement.
Cal Begay, you good?
I'm okay with that.
Yay, there's a motion. For
the recurring.
Honorable Cal Begay, do you mind adding into your motion to modify that to include the reoccurring language? Okay, so the reoccurring language, maybe you could read that into the record too as well?
I just lost it. Okay. Thank you. Insert new section 3 as follows. Section 3, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E and F. The Navajo Nation Council waives 12 NNC Section 820E and F with regard to the restriction on matching recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. Then on page 1, line 16, insert new language as follows. Waiving 12 NNC sections 820E and F regarding the restriction of matching non-recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. That would be the extent of that amendment.
Okay. So you good, Jay? On those two? On the count, I'm
okay, Speaker.
Every time I call one of you, all my colleagues, I keep looking at your desks, and there's no one sitting there. On the count, motions. Is there a second on this amendment 1?
James, second.
Honorable James. Amendment 1. On Amendment 1. Honorable Stewart, on Amendment 1.
Speaker, I'll wait. That's on to add on to the amendment. For the main motion.
Okay. I don't have anybody else on the amendment. Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? The board. Chavella, on Amendment 1. For legislation 0079-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Cal Jr. votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crowdy.
votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Jim City votes green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On Amendment 1 on 0079-20. Back to the main motion. Honorable Stewart.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. Sponsor as well, thank you for legislation. However, there are some areas from Mr. Dominic Vial from OMB that he has sent a letter out regarding some documents that are missing.
The other one is that if this is a proposed emergency due to COVID-19, they're requesting that also the declaration of public health state emergency should also be attached as well. And then the fifth area is Navajo leadership is reminder paragraph N in FY 2020 budget resolution directs the branch of chiefs to prioritize budget needs. Just those areas. And then the fourth one would be the social services to receive BIA federal funding for the same purpose as well. So the Division of Social Services should provide this information. Those are the memos according to Mr. Bial, and with us using the UUSB, I think that we need to really be cognizant of how we're going to be using it, sir. That's it for now. Hold my reserve time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 11 seconds. That, Madam Chair, we go back to you, Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Speaker. Otto Ashahat Shitsui, Honorable Kialan Bigay, for making that amendment to the legislation. I think that is important language that should be added. As for the recommendations that are being provided by my brother, Honorable Wilson Stewart, I am in agreement that everything should be provided on this legislation. As you stated, Appendix K does need to be attached, as well as a declaration of emergency from Department of Health, and I think that Appendix K would provide some insight into the federal funds, and so this is an important legislation, colleagues. I just want to make that clear, and I want to do everything by the book, so that we don't run into any issues of this legislation being vetoed by the president. And so at this time, there are some documents that are missing. I'm afraid, and Speaker, perhaps you can provide some guidance on this. If there are documents missing, I would really hate for it to go to vote and then it be voted down for that reason. I think that, if we could, if there is going to be special session on Friday, I would be okay if somebody wanted to motion to move this to the next special session, which would allow us some time to get the recommended documents into this legislation to ensure that this legislation does get passed. So again, I apologize that these documents were not provided in the legislation, and I appreciate the comments that are being made in the suggestion. But again, I don't want this legislation to be voted down. So, Speaker, can you provide some guidance on what we can do to add these documents that are missing into the legislation and have us vote on this particular legislation with everything being included? I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
Madam Chair, since we don't have those we don't have those.
Table to the next special session.
So, Madam Chair, the request you're asking, I guess, since you don't have those documents in place currently, the recommendation would just table this legislation until next special session. At that time, if you do have those documents ready, you can bring this legislation back and you can have somebody do the amendments for you from the floor. That'd be the recommendation.
Speaker, I am fine with that. And colleagues, I do apologize for not having all of these documents attached to this legislation. I will take full responsibility for that. I should have had and included all of that. So if you all are fine with doing the motion to table to the next special session, I am fine with that as well. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
Speaker, this is Delegate Stewart. Motion to table.
Timeline.
Delegate Stewart, you have 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Motion to table until
the next special session, Speaker.
Okay, until the next special session. I don't know who that was.
That was Freeland,
hold on
sir.
a second.
Wow, fine.
So that's a motion by
Nadi.
Honorable Wilson Stewart to table, second by Honorable Halona. Until the next special session. That, I think, Madam Chair, her right, she indicated she agreed with this, so we'll go ahead and go to the board. On tabling legislation 0079-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland is green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you. Apologize.
Red. Delegate Slater votes green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Red.
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 Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker voting green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green. Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 1 opposed.
21 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. Tabling motion carries.
Honorable Soul back.
That, moving on down.
Speaker, can I say one thing before we move on to the next piece of legislation? This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Point of order.
Point of order.
No, I'm just playing. Let Nolly speak.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, colleagues. Speaker, do you recognize me to speak?
Yes.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. I would like to ask Budget and Finance Chair and possibly Vice Chair if they could assist me through this process to ensure that all of the documents are included so that the next time we do meet for special session that we don't run into this issue again. And again, I do apologize. This is actually my very first UUFB legislation, so I wasn't really sure what documents needed to be attached, but your assistance would be appreciated during this time. That's all I want to say, and thank you all colleagues for your vote on this. I'm going back on mute.
That, moving on down, legislation 0080-20, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. And then, Ms. Patero, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0080-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $103,000 to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch Administrative Office of the Courts. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
That is our motion.
Motion. Delegate James.
Motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable James. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you for that, Sella Auto colleagues. Thank you very much. So this legislation is approving $103,000 from UUFB funds to be administered to the judicial branch administrative offices of the courts. Right now, the courts are trying to abide by the orders that have been sent down by the Office of the President, and most of the employees are working from home. Unfortunately, as many of us are starting to realize that working from home doesn't necessarily mean that we're all equipped with our necessary, office supplies to do what we need to do from home. This money will be specifically used to assist staff and also those who are currently working from home to do work from home. Within the legislation, there is information on how this will be used, but I believe I have Karen Francis on the line, who is an agent for this legislation. Karen, are you there? Okay, so Karen is not on the line. So the $103,400 will be used for supplies, desktops, laptops, software, and MiFi, which is a hotspot. Again, to keep judicial branch running. All of the courts at this time are closed. They're closed, but they're still open, meaning they are locked, but they are open as long as you call to the courts, and they are continuing to address cases that have to be that are emergencies, like domestic violence, those dealing with criminal acts. So they are still trying to run the judicial branch, but with limited services. So at this time, there are some employees who are currently commuting or telecommuting from home, but many of them are running into issues of not having the proper office supplies and equipment needed to complete their jobs. And I can say that as a council delegate working from home, the first 3 weeks was very difficult because, as I stated before, I don't have the greatest cell phone reception. I didn't have internet, and until recently, I didn't have a printer, so it was very difficult for me to telecommute from home, and I wind up having to spend about $350 of my own money to supply myself and also to have an office ready to go to address the needs of my community. So I can't imagine what some of our employees are having to face at this time with telecommuting from work. So I believe Karen is on the line. Karen, are you on the line? She's not on the line. So that's what I have right now, and this is for the judicial branch. I also want to remind my colleagues that we always talk about being a 3-branch government. The fact that judicial branch has to reach out to us and ask for additional funds to address this telecommuting and to keep their branch running should be a concern for us, but it should also be something that we need to be aware of, and we should really try to be helping the judicial branch at this time. So with that, since there's nobody from judicial branch on the line, colleagues, I am open for questions. I'm going back on mute, Speaker.
Yeah, with that, I don't have anybody over here, nobody over there. Going once. Colleagues, there is an amendment that is needed to this regarding the recurring funds. Going once. Going twice. Point of privilege, who is this?
The delegate Halona.
Honorable Halona. What's your point of
On
privilege?
this amendment, well, on this legislation, there's 2 different amounts on the budget form and the amount for the legislation. It says $303,000, and then the budget form it says $304,000. $103 and $400. So those numbers need to be readdressed and be corrected. And also, it says recurring expenses.
What's your point of privilege?
You just need to amend the legislation wherever it says, recommendation is to wherever it says 130,000, you would change that to, 103,400 is what they're told, is what they're wanting, but what is in the legislation is 103,000. So you would just change the amendment would every place that it says 103,000, you'd strike that and you would put 103,400 if the amendment was going to happen. That going once, going twice.
Speaker Keelan.
I'm with Keelan Begay.
Speaker Adjournment, I want to make another amendment similar to the previous legislation. Maybe add on that same language that the judicial branch will seek reimbursement during the time that they've utilized this funding, so that the funding will revert back to the UUFB funding that were utilized. So that's my motion, Speaker.
Freedom seconds.
Where's that? Where would that be? I know, but where would it be in the legislation? Okay, go ahead. You can turn the mic on.
Thank you. Delegate Keelan Begay's amendment would be on page 4, line 12. It would state The judicial branch shall submit any expenditures from the UUFB to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for a reimbursement.
Okay. All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Helona, and also I'd like to add to that amendment to change the numbers from 103,000 to $103,400 to be consistent through the legislation.
Honorable Keon Begay, you good with that?
As long as we don't make the a major change on the initial dollar amount, Speaker.
No, it's just correcting a typo.
So moved, Speaker.
Okay. And if I could suggest something, if you could add in the reoccurring language on
Yes,
McKellen.
Speaker, I'd like to do that too, adding that reoccurring language to non-reoccurring.
Hey, maybe
Correction there.
Barbara, if we could add that in, I mean, read that into the record again.
Thank you. On this one, thank you. On page 4, line 1, we'll be adding a new section as follows. Section 3, waiving 12 NNC 820E and F. The Navajo Nation Council waives 12 NNC 820E and F with regard to the restriction on matching recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. On, yes. On page 1, line 16, I believe. No, on page 1, line 16, we will add, insert new language as follows, waiving 12 NNC 820E and F regarding the restriction of matching non-recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. Thank you.
Okay. Motion second on 80-20. Motion by Honorable Keon Begay, second by Honorable Helona. Anybody? Nobody. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to roll call. Roll call vote on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Gates, votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Nussbaum Crowdy. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland is green.
Honorable Paul Helona, or Cornell Helona.
Helona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Green. Green tree.
Honorable Charlene So.
green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed.
That, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. On Amendment 1. Hello?
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel. Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, just a question now. Are you getting my vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All the way from old J-To. Okay, with that, back to the main motion. Everybody else? Let me go back to reserve time. Nope, there's no reserve time. Going once. Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, I know we have to vote on this legislation, but is there a way, my colleagues and Speaker, that because of the curfew that's coming up and then because of our staff, you know my colleagues and staff are doing a really good job, if we can get them back home to get prepared for what's this weekend, I would like to make the motion after we vote that on the rest of the items we move to our next session next week. Speaker, sir.
Okay. That, moving on. We'll come back to you, Chairman Yazzie, after the vote. Anybody else? Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, there's one amendment. One, on page 4, line 12, add new paragraph. The judicial branch shall submit any expenditures from the UFB to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for reimbursement. 2, strike 103,000 and replace with 103,400 throughout the legislation. 3, insert new section 3 as follows. Section 3, waiving 12 NNC section 820E and F. The Navajo Nation Council waives 12 NNC 820E and F with regards to the restriction on matching recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. 4, page 1, line 16, insert new language as follows. Waiving 12 NNC section 820E and F regarding the restriction of matching non-recurring revenues with recurring expenditures. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, roll call vote on 0080-20 with one amendment. 2/3 vote.
Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Elmer Brigade. Voting.
Voting, Mr. Elmer, voting red.
Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr.
Delegate Callan Brigade Jr. voting green.
Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Delegate Paul Brigade voting green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Amber Knusbaugh Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cannon-Fox Hardy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland is green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Votes green.
Vice Chair Smith.
Yes.
For voting.
We didn't hear you.
Honorable Raymond
green.
Smith Jr.
Green.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Stewart votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Tiber City votes green for judicial branch.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red. No accountability.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 4 opposed.
That, 17 in favor, 4 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. 0080-20. Moving on down. Let me go back to Chairman Yazzie.
Yeah, Speaker and members of the council, just as what I indicated before, I would like to make the motion to refer all the other items to the next session next week because of the curfew that's coming about, and also to be considerate of our staff, so, and for their safety too as well. So my colleagues, I make the motion to reserve, not to reserve time, to move the remaining items to the next session. Speaker, sir. Delegate James, second.
Delegate Henry, second.
Put it with it. Chairman, so there wouldn't be 2 or 3 votes, Chairman Yazzie. The recommendation is to motion to adjourn. So the legislations that we haven't got to, which was 0081-20, 0084-20, 85-20, 86-20, would automatically just be put onto the next agenda.
Okay, Speaker, so I make the motion to adjourn.
Delegate James, second.
Motion to adjourn at 3:39 by Edmund Chairman Yazzie, second by Vice Chair James. That. Anybody have any discussions on this? I don't see anybody. Anybody? One?
Speaker. Delegate Stewart, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Speaker. For the next one,
that was on the agenda. We also got the same memo from Donald Vial again, with the same missing documents. Just a heads up to the sponsor.
Okay. Heads up to the sponsors to be ready at the next meeting.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Honorable Otto So.
Could you have Mr. Bial email all the Navajo Nation Council? It sounds like Honorable Stewart's getting that information. I checked my email. I don't see anything, any red flags from OMB.
Okay.
Please have him forward all the delegates things relating to his concern. Thank you.
Okay. Tom? Can you email Dominic? Maybe we can have him call in too. All right. Go ahead. Everybody else going once, going twice, going 3 times on adjournment. Go to board. Or roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay, Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay, Jr. votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay, Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Delegate Elmer Begay votes green too.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Kanaspa Crowdy.
Delegate Cardi votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Honorable Soul.
Council Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Council Delegate Honorable Mark A. Freeland votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Honorable Delegate Jamie Henyo says I do.
Opa. What's her name?
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Good evening.
Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green.
Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Delegate Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Respectfully green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
And Mr. Speaker, through my phone, Honorable Eugene Charles Newton votes green.
Hey, mark tonight.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
That, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking out voting, motion to adjourn. Time now is 3:45 p.m. Thank you, colleagues, for calling in. Thank you to everybody on the World Wide Web for watching the Navajo Nation Council session. Colleagues, we will be going around to issue that petition. And remember, you don't have to physically sign the petition. We are accepting those emails, and those emails will be attached to that position, to the petition. Other than that, I know that there's still daily briefings that are happening. Those daily update reports, those are going out on a daily basis to all of you. There is that upcoming meetings with on Monday at 9 a.m. that everybody will be on the call again with. If there's any concerns or any recommendations on that, please feel free to let us know. Other than that, colleagues, be safe out there. Make sure, I know that we are in a 57-hour lockdown and curfew this weekend. I thank you to the staff, most importantly, for being here and helping us assist in getting this done. I know a lot of you have been working here day in, day out to help assist in helping the Navajo Nation Council continue its efforts in trying to get the best possible resources out to the Navajo Nation people. So again, stay at home, but most importantly, stay safe, and we will see everyone next week. Yeah.